happens. If you have not followed his Triple H horse racing podcast, you're missing out. It's one of the best podcasts in the country.
Hello and welcome to Weekend Warriors right here on the HHH Racing Podcast. I'm your proud host, Howard Kravitz, along with Matt Miller and Andrew Rosinski. We're starting an hour earlier because we are so excited to get the ball rolling. We want to make sure we show all of the 6 stake races today. Welcome to the HHH Racing Podcast. It is Travers Day. If you were planning us being on at 4 o'clock Eastern, surprise, no problem. You'll join us a little bit later, but thanks for joining the show. It's already been a very, very exciting day. This is one of the biggest days of the year, and we can't thank all of you enough for joining us. Please make sure you can listen to us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Anchor, and you can follow us on X at HHH Racing Pod. We are on a goal to get to 4,000 followers and 8,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. We greatly appreciate it. We also have a fantastic podcast website, hhhracingpodcast.com. Matt and Andrew, I know you can feel the excitement, my friend. You can hear it in my voice. We've got contests to talk about. We got pick 5s, pick 6s, graded stakes. Matt, I'll start with you. You look pretty chill today. We got a little growth going. How you doing?
I'm not that chill. 20 minutes ago, you played Revelry in my living room and said, wake up. We're coming on air in 20 minutes, not an hour and 20 minutes. And so this was like the fastest shower I could remember doing since being a little kid and faking them.
I was gonna say it's like school, right? Oh crap! I hit the snooze button a few times. I gotta do the old 5-minute shower and 5-minute get ready for school. Andrew, you got a big smile on your face, my friend. Of course, he's from big fan of Napoleon Solo. He's maybe signaling Napoleon Solo. Later in the Travers. Philly boy Andrew Rosinski, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good. I actually did just wake up an hour ago, so I'm glad that I didn't sleep till 3 o'clock because I wouldn't be ready for the show. But I'm looking forward to a big day of racing. I got to sleep in a little bit, so I missed the first couple races. But it looks like there's some prices coming in at Saratoga, so that's good.
Yeah, there's been some prices. Shelzawa just won race 7. I will tell everyone why that's interesting, a little bit at least, for some races later, because Shelzawa was working with a particular horse that's running on the turf a little bit later today that a lot of people don't know unless you are a works guy or a gal. Matt, we got 5 grade 1s, a grade 2. The grade 1s are going to start here in 13 minutes. And I don't usually like to play contests in the middle of my shows, but I did have a nice little score earlier. I'm currently about 10th or 11th in a contest right now in my quest to get a BC seat. And I'm about to make a big move. I'm sure you are too. So a lot going on today, my friend.
Yep. This was the spot I was waiting for all day. So I have played a couple other smaller tournaments. I've actually done a decent job of getting myself knocked out of those, but getting paid on the side. And as dumb as it sounds, it's actually simplified my day a bit. So I'm really focused on this Twin Spires tournament at the moment. And yeah, it's no secret. I love Englishmen. The question is, and I'm still not fully sold on it, how to play it. I got 2 entries in this thing, and look, the choices are pretty obvious in my opinion. I'd love to actually go to the chat. I'd love to go to you guys, but you can play 2 all-in exactas, or you could play 2 all-in doubles. The choices are extremely obvious as to who the other complementary horses would be. The prices are about the same, actually. So it's really an interesting question. Would you rather bet on second place or on a second race? Sounds like a book title.
Yeah, I mean, it's from a contest perspective, it's fascinating. I think I see about 13 minutes to the Jerkins. So let's just go ahead and start talking about it now. There will be a point where you're going to have to give me a minute. You guys will have to talk. I got to make some bets. But yes, I mean, it's a 5-horse field. I suppose you could say that's a little bit, disappointing. But that being said, these are some serious runners. Let's go to it right now, guys. The Jerkins is the first race that we are going to be talking about today. As I go ahead and bring some things up here on the screen. My computer's doing a little bit slow. I don't know what's going on with that, but I'm sure it'll all be good here throughout the show. So here we go. Here is the field, of course, for the Jerkins. We got about 13 minutes left, I believe, here to post. It's a grade one. It's one of the best 3-year-old sprint races, of course, of the entire year. It always is every year. And Solitude Dude ran last night, not very well, I may say, at Charlestown. But Englishman is 1-4 right now, Matt, which is pretty crazy. I'm not saying it's wrong though. 1-4 on Englishman, a major factor, probably all the way to the Breeders' Cup Sprint. I think a lot of people sort of believe that he might be the Breeders' Cup Sprint favorite right now. Andrew, can he be beat today?
I don't think he can, but if there is anybody that's going to beat him, it's going to be that 2 Deep Flame.
Ooh.
It really depends on who can get out front early enough. On Ragusan sheets, the 4 is running by far the best numbers. But the 2 is not too far off, and there's not much else that's even remotely close. Solitude Dude wasn't too far off, but obviously that horse isn't running. So if I had to pick, I mean, the 4 should be able to get his own way, and if he does, I mean, he can. There's no crude velocity in here, and even I still think that Pat Day Mile that crude velocity just freaked, and Englishman still ran a winning race. So in some worlds, this horse should be 4 for 4. So I think this one wins again today. I mean, there's not really much to compete. This is the fastest of the speed, and the horse is just. I love the horse. The horse is just so good.
And I mean, if there's any concern, Matt, he draws a little bit on the outside. I mean, I suppose if he draws the rail, you never know. You can break a little slow, hit the rail, weird things. I always, when there's a big favorite, almost no matter what kind of race it is, to be honest, unless it's a 5 furlong turf sprint, I'd rather be on the outside. Especially with the speed horse. He's not going to be caught 4 wide in this race in the 5 horse field. He won't even be 3 wide, even if he is. You just want a horse like this in the clear, Matt. I mean, he should be on the lead, but even if something a little bit strange happens, like he breaks a tad slow and the 1 or 2 catches a flyer, certainly I prefer him sitting than having to rush up the inside and weird things could happen.
Look, as I say this, you and hopefully watchers will smile. How many times have we seen major traffic trouble in 5 horse races? Yep. You almost think it's impossible. And I'm remembering Kendrick did it the other day on like a 1-2 shot. It's unbelievable how they can still find trouble. And so I don't know. I mean, I think this is just hands down the best horse in the race, lays over the field and should win. Doesn't mean will for sure, but I could picture things not even going the horse's way perfectly and it not mattering that much. We'll see.
I would agree with you. So let's talk about Deep Flame. I agree with you, Andrew. This horse is really talented. I mean, very talented. I have 2 concerns. Number one, never been at Saratoga, never worked at Saratoga, never ran at Saratoga. Don't love that, but he's really talented. Number 2, he's on the inside of the 4 and the 5. The 1 is quick early, but not nearly as quick as the other ones. The break is important. I'm guessing, guys, Flavian's going to not let the 4 go, but just sort of break out of there and not be shoving really hard, because I think a good way, Matt, for the 2 to definitely not win is to shove hard and get in some kind of crazy 21-3, 44-second battle with the 4. I think the realistic chances the Deep Flame has would be that hope the 4 and the 5, maybe even the 6 battle a little bit, sit in the pocket, swing around. At least that's how I see it.
Yeah, look, there's a bit of a UFC analogy here. When you're a boxer and you're fighting a wrestler, the last thing you do when the match starts is start wrestling. If that's not your game, don't play the other guy's game and think you're going to be better at him than he is. And so I think each horse just has to run its own race. I'm not sure I'd be conceding the race to Englishman, but I wouldn't be letting Englishman screw up my entire running style or anything like that.
No, and again, if you're watching us right now, I apologize. We did start sort of last-second decision to start at race 8 an hour earlier. So if you're joining us a little bit later, just finding out, welcome to the show. Howard Kravitz, Matt Miller, Andrew Rosinski. Local knowledge. I actually had him last time to beat Obliteration, who I thought was a little bit beat Solitude Dude, excuse me, and Obliteration. This is a nice horse too, Matt. and he was in between horses last time. We're not going to have time to show the replays. He's a slightly higher choice than the 2, but he does break outside the format. And certainly we can all see a scenario where it's just 4 or 5 around the track. That is very, very possible. I wouldn't say likely, but I would say pretty darn likely.
Pretty likely. I agree. So, the question is, and this, again, I'm genuinely looking for advice here. We're focused on who's going to win the race, but I don't know that the jocks, for example, on the 2 longer shots are as focused on a win as maybe getting some black type and coming up for second or third. So to me, the strategy is always so interesting when you're not necessarily running to win, you're running just for the best placement you can get.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that these 2 long shots don't have a chance if the other co-favorites or the secondary choices, work too hard and fall into Englishman's hands that way.
I agree. As we're speaking, didn't want to do that actually. Sorry about that. Everyone's seeing my contest screen there. Didn't want to do that. Okay, well, let's talk about contests, Matt and Andrew. And Andrew, you're not in a contest, but certainly you can have opinion. What is more likely, Matt and or Andrew? Englishman over the 2 or 5, or Englishman in the double with fully subscribed and or Scottish Lassie? Andrew, what is more likely to you? Because they're paying about the same right now from what I see, as Matt shakes his head because we're both looking at the same thing.
I probably would do the double. Press your opinions. Don't worry about who's going to come underneath, because that's when it gets a little bit tricky, in my opinion, especially in a small field like this. You might press like the 4 over the 2-5, or vice versa, 2-5 over the 4 if you wanted to play a little aggressive backup ticket. But like, you never know. Like the way the Cantamarassi barn is running, and the way they claim this horse and put this horse in this race, and you add Manny Franco, you never know that one could run huge at a big price and mess everything up. So I'd rather take all the added narratives and all that stuff out of it and just press your bets and play the double, and or just play, if you like the 2, play the 2. That's the only 2 options I would go. But if you're like an Englishman and you like the favorites in the next race, just press the double.
Okay, so Andrew votes for the double. I actually am thinking the other way around right now, Matt. But what say you? As we have 5 minutes to post here on Travers Saturday to the Jerkins.
Well, I'm also trying to be mindful of price movement, and this feels like the kind of, and I'm not suggesting conspiracy theories or anything whacked out like that, but to me, I pictured these exactas getting hacked down to, I could picture them in the low 2s each. That would not be a great result. And my sense is that those doubles will pay closer to the 3s than the 2s. And so in part, that's the reason I'm leaning double. And in part, it's because, again, I don't know that I've mapped out a full vision for this race. And I don't know that I see how those other 2 long shots are going to play into this. I have a much better view, I think, of what the next race will look like. And so, okay, we'll see if I regret it or not. But this actually, for me, is the second half of a big cash double. I saw Brad Anderson in the chat. It looked like, from what I could tell, I was reading fast, I think he's live to Englishman here in the second half of a double, if I read that right.
Oh, that's good.
So, and I think that's in a tournament. So, okay. Hopefully, the gang starts heating up a little bit.
I am making my final bets right now. I rather not say what I am doing until they go to the post here. But it's, Matt, you can, from a contest perspective, again, and people aren't playing contests, you should still be interested because it's a great conversation. If you sit out this race, it's almost like you're losing ground. We're almost forced to play this race in a contest. I mean, I was going to get cheeky and say, you know what, let me sit it out. Maybe Englishman loses and I can make a major move by not playing at all. Man, it just feels like if you're not playing this race, you're really missing out from a contest perspective, no matter what kind of contest you're playing, other than, of course, a mythical win place.
Well, I'll disagree a teeny bit and say, if you're not fully sold on Englishman, I don't know that you have to play one of the others.
That's fair.
this might be a time where I'm going to just watch 30 or 40% of the tournament field get its ass kicked, lose a whole bunch of ground, and you're standing there with all your money still. But again, this is a race where there's really only two logicals that could win this thing. So you're a little bit missing an opportunity for a price if you do just stand by. But yeah, it's also a little early in the day to say this is, the contest goes through this race or anything like that. But I do expect you're going to see a number of people with some pretty big moves here. It's been a pretty tough card up until now, and this feels like the first spot where I have some idea of what I think is going to happen. We'll see.
Yeah, I will say, man, I'm going all in right here. People can say it's early in the contest. And I'm in like 11th or 12th in the contest I'm in, and there's a lot of people in the one I'm in. I have to be aggressive here. This just seems like the most likely situation of the day. I'm not going to wait. I'm going to be very aggressive here. Andrew, there are scenarios in which Englishman can lose. I mean, look, he's not a one number horse. He's ran big before, but that 112 or whatever sticks out like a sore thumb. Weird things happen at Saratoga, although he did do it at Saratoga. Look, we've all been watching this game a long time, so it's not like he has consecutive 112s, and the other horses, the 2 and the 5, have ran just as fast as he has if you toss out the last race. So there's ways in which this 4 can lose. It just doesn't seem likely because the other horses also are more speedy types. And if there was like a closer that was a monster, I'd say, ooh, but that's not the case here.
Yeah, I mean, the buyers don't really portray how much these horses really are improving compared to the Ragusons. The 5 is a little bit of an outsider compared to the buyers when it comes to Rags. But like the 4 popped a 2 last time out. Before that, he was never better than a 7. And then whereas the 2 has improved anywhere from 2 to 4 buyer Ragusan numbers over each start, and it started at a 14 and is now at a 5. So, I mean, if anybody's improving, I would say it's probably the 2. So, if you don't like Englishman, I think it might be Deep Flame's time to maybe upset a little bit. So, I've singled Englishman in the pick 6, and then I played a double with Deep Flame into the 2 favorites next race as a little hedge. So, that's what I did. So,
the hedge. What was your hedge, Andrew?
I singled Deep Flame into Scottish Lassie and fully subscribed.
Oh, you singled Deep Flame. So you're not
just
playing...
a double. Just a double.
Okay, so you have no hedge on local knowledge at all.
No, yeah, I didn't use that one. Yep.
Interesting. I will say this, Matt, and they're not quite at the gate yet. I do have the sound on, but I haven't heard Frank Mermati say anything. So when he talks, just make sure you guys can hear for the listeners at home. Again, let me reset the scene, ladies and gentlemen. HHH Racing Podcast, Weekend Warriors. You know the show. We're going to have a ton of people watching. We are starting a little bit early, so we have a little less people watching right now, but I'm sure at 4 o'clock Eastern, it's going to explode. We can only play the sound, of course, ladies and gentlemen. Fox has the rights to all this, as well as NYRA, but you're going to hear the sound.
They are nearing the gate less than a minute.
Okay, if you want to watch the race, of course, you can go many different places, your ADWs, one of the, I don't know, is it Fox 2? I don't know what, there's so many Fox iterations, I'm not sure. But we will be playing the sound as we heard Frank Mermati. Matt, I will say, as they're about to approach the gate here, I'm sort of doing what Andrew's doing in the contest. I am all in, but I'm not all in on Englishman. I'll just leave it at that. If the 2 or 5 win, I'm not out of the contest yet. Because I'm at, and look, 90% of my money, 90, is going through Englishman. But man, we've seen this time. I'm just getting too old for this crap. And if something weird happens, I want to be alive in the tournament. And the way I've done it, I'm going to win only maybe a third less if an Englishman, if I'm right in the bet, an Englishman loses, if you understand what I'm trying to say. So they are going to the gate.
Post time for the
Matt, I'm going, guys, ladies and gentlemen,
Jerkins Memorial.
I'm going all in 4-2. All in 4-2 exacta. And I have 2-5 with 4 in a double, Matt and Andrew. That's my hedge. Okay. Which it's going to pay because the Scottish Lassie is not fully subscribed. I personally need 4-2. Good luck, everyone. It's the Jerkins, the start of our great stakes on Travers Day. Frank Mermati with the call.
One more.
42, baby. Let's go. Good luck to you, Matt. Whatever you got.
Thank you. Big doubles.
They're in the gate.
Just the doubles. Okay.
And they're off in the H. Allen Jerkins Memorial, and Englishman
Thank you.
rockets out of the gate, opens up 3 lengths. He is sprinting quickly already. 5 lengths now. Deep Flame in second, and Local Knowledge racing in third. They're
Can we
followed
stop
by
the race
Stick Up
like
Without
right
a
now?
Gun.
Like right now, just stop the
Amberjack
race.
is at the back of the field. So it is Jose Ortiz and Englishman blazing the way through a quarter.
23 is not fast, guys, at all.
Flat. Englishman's
this
lead
one
down
off
to about
my-
a
what in
length
the
and a
world?
half now. Deep Flame in
I'm
second.
fine.
Stick Up Without a Gun along
The
the
5 is
inside,
asking
third
already,
past the
guys.
half-mile pole. Johnny Velasquez and Local Knowledge fourth, 6 lengths off Englishman. Amberjack inside of him around the far turn.
Open up,
in
Englishman. What are you
control.
doing?
Deep Flame's going to take a crack at him. The half went in 45 and 2/5 seconds.
Not that
4 lengths
fast.
back. Stick Up
Just
Without
stay
a Gun.
like this.
Local Knowledge is outside of him.
Come on, Englishman. Open him up now. Don't mess around.
And he turns
Keep up
it
this
on
two.
at the
Fight with this
8
two.
Opens up 3. Deep
Stay
Flame
like
doing
this.
his best second. Then Local Knowledge in third. Coming to the 16th
Come on.
pole.
Come on.
Stay like this.
Englishman in another terrific display. Look at Englishman fly through the stretch, dominating the H. Allen Jerkins Memorial. He won it by 4 lengths over Deep Flame. Local
That two is a good horse, though. That 2 is a good horse.
120 and 3.
Whoa. 120 and 3. I know we got away with somewhat slower fractions for these horses, but gentlemen, it comes 4, 2, 5. We got to crank up the music to start the show because
Big double.
I was waiting up today to put this on the screen, Matt.
Crush.
It's a crush.
Crush your bet.
All right, let's do it one more time, just for fun. Okay.
Howard, I loved it as they're turning for home and you're saying like, oh, keep him to business. And it's like, dude, this horse is taking off. What are you looking at?
Well,
This horse was like laser focused on running his ass off on that. He wanted to be done.
My only concern is he sort of brought Deep Flame into the game, and I didn't want Deep Flame to win, obviously. I'm hoping I got even money, which is what it's actually it's going to be a little more than even money, I hope. Let's see what the exact, it says 2 for $1, but there, hopefully that could be $2.90. You don't know, Matt. So you know what? I'm doubling my money. Let me ask you a question, Matt. Pure contest perspective, and even though I was correct handicapping wise, feel free to poo-poo or congratulate me on the dollar situation. I had 1,330. I spent 1,200 of the 1,330 on the exacta, and I did 130. I did $65 doubles, 2-5 with 4. So of the 1,300, I spent 1,200 on the exacta. I could have spent another 130, but that only would have won me 130. And if 2-5 had won, Matt, and if I was right about the next race, I would have gotten about 800-900 back. So I felt like I had to spend at least a little bit on the 2-5 backup. I couldn't be happier. It's not going to be a major move, but it's a move. It's an incremental move that I felt like I had to make. It's really the only play you can make in this race. There's no other way to make money unless you just finish with a double or you're going forward with the double, which you are. But even the double going forward is basically 2. It's the same thing basically. So
it's exactly. So it's funny. What I thought you were going to ask me is, now that the race is over, do you regret playing the doubles or not playing the exactas? And my answer is, given that it's the lower paying of the 2 exactas, I'd still rather take my chances in the double. Maybe that's a little stubborn on my part. Should probably just take the money at this point. But yeah, look, to your credit, you didn't have that much of a scare from either of those 2 long shots. Not much of a scare at all.
No,
so maybe from that perspective, I wish I played the exactas. It ended up being a pretty safe move.
Andrew, here's my thought. Like the chance, let's just assume Englishman was going to win. We have to go off that premise, right? Mm-hmm. The chance of the 1 or the 6 beating one of those 2 is, like, to me, 1% in my own brain. Okay. So basically it's a 50-50 proposition between the 2 and the 5. And I like the 2 a lot better. So for me, it was a no-brainer, Andrew. And I'm not sitting here crowing or saying, look at me, everyone, because I did an obvious exacta. But for my own handicapping, Andrew, I thought Deep Flame getting second was almost more likely than 2 or 4 winning the next race, because there are, NYRA Zuri's not bad. There's horses in the next race that could win, unlikely, but I thought the exacta was more likely. I'll stop rambling.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that was the best option. You could double your money on 2 chalks in a 5-horse field. Can't really beat that. So, yeah, 4-2 is a smart play. Like I said, on Raguson's, they towered over the field, and on the race during the race, they towered over the field as well. So, that 5 I did not like, and it did not run. It just picked up third. So
you were right. And actually, the 1 ran perfectly fine. Guys, I don't always say the F word. I don't mean the 4-letter profanity. I mean the flight line word. This horse, guys, this is a serious horse. 120 and 3, Matt, and the half was 45 and 2. Andrew, 45 and 2 is not that fast.
No.
That back half is, I got to do some math here. Unbelievable. What this horse ran, incredible.
I thought the F word was forecast.
No, it's not forecast. 30, I'm doing some quick math there. What is it? 15. Came home in 35 and 1.
He hauled
for the final 3 furlongs.
Look at our
108 and 2, Matt and Andrew, for 6, and then went out 12. How about 12 and 1 in the final 8th after going 108 and 2? So this is the Breeders' Cup sprint favorite by far right now. It's not even close.
You've got Noah in the chat saying, no chance if Bookham Dano's in there. But in my opinion, Englishman had just as much pep in his step closing.
He's joking, by the way, He doesn't like Dano. That's a total joke.
Because I was going to say, this horse, no one was out closing this horse today. He closed extremely well despite being on the lead.
Edberg is alive, and everyone's alive in pick 6. The exacta. This is important for me, Matt.
Nice.
$2.64. So there you go. So it's basically 3-2. So I got 1.5 times my money. For me, that's a big deal, Andrew, in a contest situation. All right, Englishman.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Matt.
I need to one up you by this much. The double to fully subscribe pays $2.87.
Okay.
So by 23 cents. And the double to Scottish Lassie actually ended up at $3.32.
Yeah, look, I realized that I could have gotten more,
but
playing a little bit more, but I'll worry about that later. You got to put yourself in the position first, Andrew, to get to a certain spot. So, I do think the 2 and 4 are likely to win this next race, but not nearly as likely to me as what just happened. So, I don't know. Worked out. Andrew, would you run him again in a prep for the Breeders' Cup? There's 2 months. There's still 2 months to go here. He ran so damn fast, but that wasn't really a taxing race. It's great. No. This horse is a complete freak, guys. One of the best sprinters. I don't mean to go on and on. It was a 5-horse field, and it was just 3-year-olds. He hasn't faced older yet, guys. But I'm trying to think of he's better than Elite Power. Sorry, Elite Power. I'm trying to think, Andrew, where you compare right now for a sprinter? He is really good.
I think he's the best sprinter on dirt or turf right now. Or at least when it comes to the figures that he's putting up, the consistency that he's putting into it. And this last race, the one that he just ran, it's basically a paid workout. He didn't have to even really ask for much, and he still ran in a 120. So the fact that this horse is doing this good at these top tier tracks, these top tier races, I think this horse should try to find a sprint race on PA Derby
in 3 weeks. What, the Gallant Bob, or what is that? What it's called?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, Gallant Bob would actually probably be a really good spot. That horse would be 1-9, but hell, I watched Next at Parks went at 1-9 in a 2-mile race. So, if you want to build some stamina, I always say go to Parks, but I don't think this one needs any more stamina.
Andrew, he ain't going to the Gallant Bob.
No, I know. I'm just pitching the ideas,
I know. I almost pulled a profanity in the first minute of the show here. Okay, I'm just looking at my own bets here. I played a pick 6 just for S's and giggles, to be honest. Less than $200, single to 4, big freaking deal. All right, Matt, would you run him again? I guess it depends on how they feel, how he's coming out of it.
Yeah, I'm a believer. I don't want to sound, God, what was that? What was the trainer of Seabiscuit? That guy he sounded crazy because he loved talking to horses, but I would ask the horse for real. If the horse wants to run, if the horse needs to get it out of his system and wants to go do it, I'd let him do it. And if he's going to rest up fine and not go crazy standing in a stall until the Breeders' Cup, I would just let him choose. And I do think these trainers know which horses want to be active and which ones don't. And we're also assuming zero soundness issues. And if there are soundness issues emerging from a race like this, they might just give them a little time to, if there's a couple little ouchies, they might give them a little time rather than risk running them back.
And a horse this good is going to let you know. It's not like one of these claiming horses that are going to just be running to run. A horse this talented knows what he's doing and knows how good he is, and he'll let you know in the stalls if this horse is ready to run again or not. So, yeah, I like Matt said, just hear out the horse and see what the horse wants to do.
And what I'm doing right now, Matt, because I sure as hell I'm not going to blank this up. Now I have 2 more show bets I have to put in at Monmouth, and because I'm at a certain total, I'm just going to put both in right now. Well, I'm going to put in one. And I'll have one more left because I want to see the board, to be very honest. I don't want to just blindly just do it. Because, look, $80 can matter. But I'm going to put in one bet right here, guys. Just give me 1 second, please. There are minimums that have to be filled. So, Matt, you're all in your contest. Twin Spires, correct? Twin Spires contest?
Yes.
Okay, it's the SSBC, proud sponsors of the show. You're all in Dutch, I'm assuming, or you just played straight with the 2 and the 4?
These were 2 entries, so each one got a full shove.
Okay,
and
great.
My hope, just based on there's 78 entries, so they pay out to 8 seats. This is another one. I don't need to win this. So top 8 would be terrific. I'm not going to be playing with hyper aggression. Matt McJunkin, our friend, just smashed the living hell out of something for $30,000.
What?
He had a $10,000 exacta there straight. Ooh, holy cow!
Wow.
So,
but he had the money to play that, obviously. So, wow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, Brad. I think Brad said it to you in the chat.
Yeah.
You got to take your spots where you find them, and if it's early in the tournament, so be it.
Also, check what Brad said in the chat about Monmouth tournament. He said that you do not need 5 minimum wagers. It's actually $400 bet at Monmouth. I don't know.
I don't think that's correct, actually. I thought it was 5 races at 80 a minimum. I don't think that's right. Yeah.
He seems to be suggesting that something happened to make them change the rule. That's how I'm reading that.
Looks like there was tote issues at Monmouth, so they switched it. I don't know. But I was just giving you a heads up.
Oh,
happened in the chat.
Okay, well, that's not really going to change my opinion.
Check your email. It should be in your email.
Okay. All right. We can show Monmouth. So I'm going to show Monmouth, guys. So we got a little bit of a break here. So let me bring up Monmouth on the screen right now. And I do have the sound on. This is race 6. I don't have an opinion. Andrew, I'm going to we can speed handicap. But Andrew, I'm going to let you do this.
What's up?
I just put a show bet. If that's Brad, I'd love to hear what he has to say. But do you have an opinion here? Race 6, this is the only race that's on the turf, I think, because the other ones were taken off. It is optional, claiming 30,000. They're going a mile 16th on the turf. Do you have a thought here, Andrew, in race 6 at Monmouth?
Well, just based off of horses that I know, I am a big fan of One Time Willard, the 4 horse here.
Okay. Is that the horse? Is that the horse that track announcer? Geez. Isn't
Matt
Willard the horse that why am I drawing a blank?
We're ready to go.
One of the track announcers owns. I thought you don't know. Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
No, it's owned by Kelly Breen and Ken Wood, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
But yeah, that and Charlie Marquez has been riding his behind off at Monmouth since he came back from his back injury, and he's on the 6 horse here. So I mean, I'd probably go somewhere with the 4 and the 6, but I have no real opinion.
I like your opinion there, Tom. I'm already good, and Matt's got to sweat it out. That is true, but that doesn't mean it was the correct decision. I think Larry Colmus owns a piece of the 4, guys. If people know in the chat, because I've heard him mention like Willard, and he was cheering for a Willard horse like a year or two ago. So I think Larry Comas owns a piece. And Brad, I see what you're saying in the chat. I appreciate that, but you still have to bet 400, right? So
No.
I still have another $80 I have to bet anyway, and it's going to be a show bet anyway. So, but thank you, Brad, for the clarification on that. Go ahead, Matt.
No, you got it. Brad had Brad was the person who called me to say just it's $400, but it's not the same number of minimums. Check your email. He's right. He's looking out for you.
I just see John Reynolds. That's really weird. Okay. There was a tote issue. Oh, and then with NJ Bots. Okay.
Have now reached the
you guys can hear that? Fine.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Anyway, sorry, Andrew. So you like the 4 a little bit here?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, just off the horses I know, off the top of my head. Have not handicapped it, so.
Well, I did a show bet on the 4, and I hope you're right, because I completely just doing it blindly. But the contest I'm in today, ladies and gentlemen, I have to bet $80. Well, 400. It was 80 in 5 races. That changed. So I just need the 4 to get in 3rd, and even if he doesn't, if $80 makes a race my day, that would really suck. But anyway, good luck to everyone. Monmouth race 6. Matt Ditterman with the call in just a moment. You'll see it on the screen. Here we go.
2-back Gold Trust.
Good luck, everyone, if you're playing Monmouth race 6. Matt, who knows? Someone in the contest could be putting all in on a win bet. We have no idea in this race.
Monmouth, I'd be surprised. You never know. They're ready to go.
Ready to go.
We'll go full screen, guys.
And NYRA. Midnight Story drifted out of the start. With
pushed them all to the middle.
Close to the pace. Gold Trust is quicker, though. And Gold Trust has the lead coming out of the chute. Midnight Story to the inside, not far away right there. There's a big gap of 4. The top 2 have separated themselves from the rest. One-time Willard into the 3rd position. He goes. Spirit of the Night there on the outside. Giant James on the rail. And Post Command gallops at the back of the pack as Gold Trust leads the way. Midnight Story. Chantal Sutherland takes a hold with him. He'll track right behind the front-running Gold Trust, who opens up about 2 here on Midnight Story, who gets a breather on the first turn, runs in the 2nd spot. Then Spirit of the Night. One-time Willard, they're side by side, 2 clear of Giant James, and a length and a half to Post Command at the rear as they swing up the backstretch. Gold Trust really slowing the tempo down here in the 2nd quarter mile, still leads the margins a length and a half. Midnight Story galloping relaxed in 2nd, appears to be happy where he's at. Then Spirit of the Night. One-time Willard patiently rid. Giant James is joining him. Post Command in the 3 path. He's still at the back, but he's in the clear.
4 is getting a very, very passive ride. I'm not saying a bad ride, but
he's just been stuck behind Chantel on the 1.
Giant James making an aggressive.
She's been all over the place,
here, guys.
And then it got tight in there.
What I just say
again.
Willard right behind him had to steady as well. Those 2 steadied.
He's a closer, I think, though, right, guys?
Yeah, but he's getting screwed by the whole race. Whole race, Chantel has screwed this horse.
Oh, Chantel?
On the 1, but the 1's been causing the 4 issues the whole race.
You just need the show.
Well, the 4 should get 3rd from here. If he can't get 3rd from here, then he's really bad.
Away from the competition. He's gone 4 lengths ahead. Giant James into the 2nd position. One-time Willard alongside.
Are you kidding me?
But Gold Trust
go out this 4
on the lead, and Gold Trust took them all.
Yeesh.
Wins by 2.5.
Nope.
Giant James
unbelievable.
Third,
that is unbelievable.
That is unbelievable.
I mean, Matt, like every dollar matters. Like I'm not happy at all about that.
No, every dollar matters.
A brutal beat right there.
Unless there's an inquiry, guys. Who is riding? Well, okay. no rock music. I can't even get 3rd with this horse. I mean, my lord. Well, right here he's got no excuse, but he was checked like 3 times.
Yeah, he had to take up a bunch of times there.
And, I mean, unless there's gonna be inquiry.
He went off 9-5. He was like 6-1 going in the gate.
I don't think he got 3rd before, did he, Matt?
Oh,
I don't think so. No.
Head down. Ooh, the Bob might favor that 4.
I don't think so. I wonder if they're going to look at something, but okay. Well, that's why I don't like to just blindly make bets. I mean, people are like, Howard, what are you worried about? You have, X amount. Oh, someone in the chat said the 4 got 3rd. Relax. Really?
Yeah, he might have.
I hope you're right, Noah.
Hope he's right.
It's not Noah Maher. Boy, I hope you're right. Guys, didn't really look that way to me. I don't know. Noah, you're going to be excommunicated from the chat if you're mushing me.
That angle's a lot closer.
Well, Horsey Dave thought the 4 got the nose down too. Again, we're watching on the screen. Maybe the 4 got the bob, guys. I'll take a dead heat for God's sakes. I don't.
Sure, you just want your money back. That's it.
Versus the two horses I said that ran.
That's crazy. All right, well, I'll turn the sound off here. All right, we need to get to the next race, guys, because we got major grade stakes to worry about. There's 13 minutes left. I'd like to stay on for another 30 seconds here just to see what we shall see here, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna take this off screen and get to dead heat. Okay, terrific. I didn't lose money.
Terrific.
Did they really already call that a dead heat?
Yeah. I'm ecstatic.
Terrific.
All right, so I guess they were everyone in the chat for sure got third. Well, he did get third. He also got fourth. Okay. All right, guys, let's go back to Saratoga. Big race for Matt Miller. Big race for a lot of people. It is the grade 1 personal ensign, guys. Let me go and do some switching of screens here. This is a really nice race, Andrew. We got 2 really impressive mares, actually fillies, excuse me, and fully subscribed. And the number 4 is Scottish Lassie. Right now, you see on the screen, fully subscribed, even money. Scottish Lassie 9-5. Like I said, see, this is why I did the exacta, and the 4 might win, and Matt could come back. 12 minutes and say, "See, Howard, you should have played the double." He wouldn't say that, but he could be right about that. But again, like the 1 is 7-1, Matt. The 3 is 11. The 5 is actually taking weird money. Is a horse that's been on turf, but actually is good dirt work. So I was going to mention Speed Shopper. It's a bizarro kind of horse. And then Snow White. Andrew, how do you see this race as I go to the PPs? It was a very exciting race last time. Snow White is quick, went to the lead. I'm not going to show that replay, or maybe we will. Scottish Lassie came around, but got run down by fully subscribed in a very exciting shoe V. How do you see it shaping out today, my friend?
I think it's going to be kind of the same way as last time. I think fully subscribed could still win, even without the last time was a little bit of a pace pressure, and he had a little bit something to run into, but there's enough pace in this race as well with the 4 and the 6. I think it's very similar. I think it's going to be a very similar outcome as to that. The Chouvet or however you want to pronounce it. The Chouvet,
yeah.
I think the Chouvet is. I think the race is going to be exactly the same. I don't really see much different. Unless Scottish Lassie turns the tables, but instead of it being Jose over Pratt like last race, I think it's going to be Pratt over Jose this race.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but Matt Miller, we know we have a lot of great contest players watching the show. Man. And look, we love Matt Junkin, but Matt Miller, he's just here to find out what we're doing. Let's just be honest.
He doesn't need to know. He wants to hear how loud we're clapping for him. It's a great job, Matt. And I love the fact that you just kept your feet on the foot on the gas.
It's awesome.
Don't put anything in the chat at this point, but I'm curious in your own head. Do you think you're done? Do you think you need to make another move? Obviously you're willing to do whatever, but that's a nice total. You should be feeling really good.
Batman Junk and I'm not in the Twin Spires contest today, which is too much for me. I tried to qualify. I didn't. I'm in another contest. What's funny about that, and we'll get back to your opinion, Andrew, sorry, in this race. That's the second time in a big tournament that we had the same bet, but he played a bigger one. But I didn't have 10,000 in my account. So, I basically maxed out. But if I'm making the same bets as Matt Junkin, I'd say I'm pretty good company there. Scottish Lassie ran big last time in the shoe V, as Andrew said. It got ran down. Matt, I've heard a lot of people that I respect, and I try not to listen to too much, to be very honest, because it clouds my judgment. There's certain people that I respect and listen to a lot. To me, it feels like a lot of people are not on Scottish Lassie today. And I guess it's because he's the 4 here. The Snow White, who's the 6 today, was on the lead. Let me try and make this a little bigger. Sorry, everyone. And a lot of people are saying, well, Howard, Scottish Lassie, you had this big lead, and here's fully subscribed. What was her excuse? She got run down. Matt, I think the 4 is better on the lead. I actually thought she ran huge here. I thought Scottish Lassie ran great, and she just got beat by a horse who completely freaked out and got a perfect trip right here and fully subscribed and ran her best race. So I could be very wrong in about 8 minutes from now, but I actually like Scotch Lassie today, and I'm hoping, Matt, and I'm based on my premise here on Scotch Lassie, is that Jose's gonna be very aggressive. I want to see Scotch Lassie just go to the lead, I don't. Junior's on the 6, Matt. I don't think Junior is naturally overly aggressive as a rider. He certainly can be, but I'm hoping the 4 just goes right to the lead and just runs them off their feet and wins. That being said, and she's 9-5, which to me is value in this race, Matt.
That's great value, and I agree with you. I actually think, I joke with you guys all the time about how these horses run in a circle for a mile and they finish inches and feet away from each other. It's crazy. Scottish Lassie ran a winning race last race, almost. I mean, by that, I mean it was a winning style race, and so to look at that and now say that one of these horses is double the price of the other, I don't get it. I don't think one of them suggests that it has twice the likelihood of winning based on that one replay we just saw. So we'll see. I want to answer Ed's question in the chat.
I'll put it on the screen. You know what? Can you read it, Matt, for our listeners?
Sure. Matt, are tournament totals higher with tons of chalk and people doubling up, or bombs away and maybe hit that twice? If bombs hit at the end, you may see some crazy totals because people do some crazy things. When otherwise, during the pendency of a tournament, while it's afoot, I would say chalk and logical combinations like what we just saw will blow up the board. And so it's not 8, 9s and 10s to 1, 10 to 1s. Maybe that'll help a couple people, but I'm not going to be the only person that hits this double if one of these 2 favorites wins. But a lot like Matt McJunkin, I'm going to have it for more than most people. That to me is the trick.
That's the thing, because we talked about this on our leaderboard show, Matt, on Tuesday, that if you keep waiting for your first spot and everyone does the same spot, sure, you're going to double up. You're going to double up with less than you had, which is why I made the play that I did in the last race. I mean, I could have waited, but everyone's already moving ahead of me. Anyway, I mentioned on the show, Andrew, that on Thursday with on Picks and Ponies with Paul and Pete and the sniper, Barry Spears, great job on our show. We were happy to have him.
That's my boy.
I said
right
fully
there.
subscribed could be as low as 4 to 5.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what the doubles say, Matt, here, but what was it, 2 and 3, I think. So if fully subscribed ticks down, Andrew, to 4 to 5, I wouldn't be surprised. And if Lassie ticks up to 2 to 1, that was my sort of cheeky prediction. I'm not gonna be that far off.
No, it looks like I think Matt said something like 50 cents between the 2 when it comes to the double payouts. So I mean the prices should reflect that, but I mean 50-cent difference in the doubles. I mean, I don't know how much that really translates to a live win bet, money and whatnot, but that's a little bit above my head there. But when it comes to math, but yeah, I agree. I think fully subscribed should be around 4 to 5 even money, and maybe get a little bit more value in the 4. But yeah, I agree.
I'm looking at the other oh boy, I am in second right now.
Oh boy,
should we show it? We can show it, right? Let's show it.
Yeah.
Not tooting my own horn, just to show people. There we go.
Well, just show them your horn. You don't have to do it.
It will populate here in a moment. I'm afraid to. Oh, there we go. Let me go to Lear. Here we go.
I mean, Andrew, I get no credit for these lines. I mean, I'm coming up with good stuff.
I'm multitasking. I can't.
This is good material, Howard, I swear.
This is the Monmouth Express Bet tournament, and there we go, Matt. Now, look, I'm not going to celebrate at all because I have to finish in the top 4, ladies and gentlemen. There's 205 people right now, Matt, I believe, or something like that. There's 205 people in this tournament. The top 4 get BC seats. That's 10,000. That's my goal. We only have 5 minutes to the next race, so I do want to. We can get back to the tournament situation. By the way, lurking in 7th, Matt. Oh boy. There's a long way to go. But what I've done now, Matt, is I have put myself in a good position. My goal is top 4. I don't have to win this thing. There are cash prizes. Again, my goal is top 4. Matt knows that I've had some incredibly horrible luck with some tournaments late, and I've sort of slowed my roll with playing. But we shall see. Let's get back to this race, guys.
The words of comfort,
Andrew.
Howard, the words of comfort I would give you for your position right now, you're in the luxury position of being able to play what you want to get to the spot you're looking for. So you're ideally situated, whether you drove it 300 or 302 or 298 yards, it doesn't matter. You got a great approach shot coming. So good luck.
I appreciate that. I don't think I'm going to play this race. I'm going to make it. I was not planning on playing this race. In fact, I wrote down my plays here, Matt, and there was not a play in this race. I think I might sit this one out and hope for chaos. Other than you, I hope you score. But very, very, very selfishly for me, if the 2 and 4 lose, that'd be tremendous for me. Obviously, it would be horrible for Matt, so I don't want that to happen to our good friend Andrew. Fully subscribed, has lost a shred the NAR and nitrogen, and then one last time. Is she improving, or was that just an anomaly? She before her last run, she never ran better than 93.
Yeah, no, I mean, her 4-year-old season has definitely taken a step forward, by far, on the Ragasons. But same here with Scottish Lassie. I mean, Scottish Lassie was running the same numbers last year, from the Oaks to the Cotillion, and then now has kind of flipped the script from the optional claiming to the Chuvie, and is improving numbers. But they're both improving numbers. They both ran the same number last time out. I think that Fully Subscribed and Lassie are both peaking at the right time. It's going to be, I hope, a nice little stretch run that happened last time out. I hope it happens again today.
Andrew, who's the surprise package? You got NYRA Zuri's the 3. Margie's Intention is actually taking a little money, 8-1 with a red hot Franco. I mentioned Speed Shopper taking some weird money. I mean, on turf, she's got numbers that aren't that far off, but she's not really a dirt horse. I will say the workout report on dirt guys has actually been pretty good for the 5. And if things go crazy, maybe this is the one to surprise over Fully Subscribed. I doubt it. And then Barry Spears on our show Thursday made a point for Snow White, thinking, Andrew, that this horse will be better second off the layoff, that she might just clear and might just hang on. Not the worst idea, and you're getting almost 20-1 on Snow White, which is ridiculous.
I would say the 3 horse is probably the closest on Ragasons, but has that pace scenario where it can close into. But Snow White, ran a 12 last time compared to the 7s, which were the Scottish Lassie and Fully Subscribed, and I just think that this horse can improve off that number second time out. Barry is very sharp with that, and if a junior can get aggressive, and she could flip the table.
I'm not chuckling at you, Andrew. I'm chuckling at Brad Anderson, our great friend in the chat, who said, I see how you only showed the top 7. Okay, Brad, here you go. Brad Anderson's in 9th. There we go, Brad. Nice. Brad Anderson's in 9th. Good luck, Brad. Okay, see, Brad, I got your back, Brad. Andrew, I'm like gazillion multitasking here with 8 different things. Everyone's crapping on me already. All right, I can handle it because I'm in a good mood for obvious reasons. As of now, we all know that could change in an hour. All right, guys, let me bring up the sound here in Frank Marimati as they are. Wow, they're already lined up. They look. The crowd looks awesome out there. The sound is on.
This is the last race of the show.
I'm sorry.
This will be my last race of the show. All right. I'm out of here at 4.
All right, so
who's up next?
You're welcome. Full disclosure, everyone, I made a little mistake with our times and who's coming on when, and I honestly don't know when people are going to come on because that's completely my fault. Scheduled next is, where the heck is it? I don't even know where it is now.
Todd Truck.
Oh, here it is. Scheduled next to come on is Kyle Roscoe, and I'm not sure when he's coming on, Andrew. You're welcome to stay.
Yeah, I can stay when Kyle gets here. It's no big deal.
You're welcome to stay. But shift number 2 is Matt and Kyle. So you're welcome to stay. Matt, 4-5, 8-5. Obviously, you want Scottish Lassie. I mean,
oh yeah.
This is how much a difference you can win what or what? Give me the dollars here.
It's a big difference because I also, in order to manage minimums, had made win bets last time, and so it's probably a $1,000 or $2,000 difference for the 4 over the 2. But I'm in a separate contest where I just took the 2 all in. And so I will be completely even Steven feelings between the 2 and the 4.
Okay. Now, Matt, the 2 is going to come from a little bit off, but not far back. I assume you just want to see them both break clean. Since the 4 is one of your horses and she's a speed horse, you definitely want to see the 4 break clean. If the 2 doesn't break perfectly, it's probably not the end of the world for you. There aren't really, there's a lot of ways we can lose this race, between the 2 and the 4, because it's horse racing. But because you have a speed and a closer, that's always a nice thing to have also, Andrew, isn't it? When you do that, especially in a contest or even day-to-day handicapping, because the speed doesn't hold, Matt figures the 2 is the best closer and vice versa.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the 2 is the best closer, and if the 4 and the 6 do go head-to-head again, I think the 2 is going to have enough pace to run into. So I agree.
Matt, really quick, and again, feel free to push back or agree. I'm going to sit out this race. Your thoughts on doing that?
I don't mind that at all. Half the people playing this are going to lose. Assuming
because
people
they're
are
not playing both. Is that what you're suggesting? They're not playing the 2 and the 4?
Most people are not going to play both. You just can't advance enough. And so if people are playing the race, they're playing one of the 2. And so, yeah, let people blow themselves up here unless you have a super strong opinion.
I like the 4, but not, again, I'm sure the 2 or 4. Well, I think the 2 or 4 is going to win this race. But I made my exact decision and just got lucky. All right, here we go. Good luck to you, Matt. We're cheering for Matt Miller with the 2 or the 4. He doesn't really care which. The 4 is probably a little better. I picked Scottish Lassie. Mrs. Rosinski needs Scottish Lassie. Andrew, who's your top pick here?
And here is
I'm combo 2-4. I don't care who wins. I just have both in the pick 6. So
okay. Good luck to everyone in the personal ensign grade 1. Winning, you're in, by the way, for the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Snow White, the last one.
Looks like they're ready to go.
Snow White goes in.
Now.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the personal ensign, and fully subscribed has early speed today. Scottish Lassie right up alongside, and Scottish Lassie now takes the lead. Snow White is moving to engage, and fully subscribed is down at the rail. Close up in third, and now reclaiming
like that
as they round the clubhouse turn. NYRA is a close-up for
if the 4 wins, she's tons the best. This is not what scenario I wanted.
Last, and a gap of 5 to Speed Shopper. The opening quarter in 24 seconds.
Did we say Junior's not that aggressive?
Junior Alvarado and Snow White in charge. Opening up a 3-length lead. Scottish Lassie is in second, fully subscribed. And NYRA
You're fine, Matt. 2 is a little closer than I thought, but maybe she's just getting quicker.
A half dozen back to Speed Shopper, the half in 47 3. Snow White takes him to the half-mile pole with a 3-length lead. Scottish Lassie is comfortable while tracking today in second. And now Flavian Pratt asks fully subscribed to pick it up down at the rail third. She has 3 to make up, coming to the 3/8 pole. NYRA is next. Margie's Intention, and from the back, Speed Shopper. Here's Scottish Lassie coming after Snow White, 3/4 in 1:11 2/5 seconds. Fully subscribed will angle out for the drive. They're at the top of the stretch, and it is Scottish Lassie, and fully subscribed attacks her much earlier today and goes on by. And fully subscribed is going to dominate the personal ensign. Opening up 5-6. What an incredible play from fully described. She won by 8 lengths. Scottish Lassie held.
Pratt is not playing around today with placing these horses. He's not getting out time today.
Minor award.
He said, I'm going to put this horse third and then open up.
Drive all alone.
149-1. Matt, congratulations. It looked very similar to the Chuvie, actually, but fully subscribed, even more impressive. The fact that Scottish Lassie did get second might be very important for contest players or anyone really playing the race, because the 3 almost got second, Matt. So it finished 2, 4, 3, 4 to 5. Congratulations. Scottish Lassie is just not good enough going this distance. I was wrong. I didn't love her. That's why I didn't bet her, to win or anything. But fully subscribed. Not only is she starting to show more speed, Andrew, she's closing better. Klarovich has got this horse going very well. I sort of defaulted the Breeders' Cup Distaff automatically to nitrogen. I don't know. This horse is getting real good right now, Andrew.
Yeah, and I mean, look, she can get better with further distance. And I don't think anything has an issue with this one. Hell, she was third on the backstretch on the rail and still had enough to open up and whatnot instead of her usual sit back a little further and make one run. I mean, she made her run from being tactical speed. That was impressive. I think that was not equally, but almost equally, it was impressive as Englishman. So I think that, that's probably the female horse to beat right now going home.
Yeah, that was really impressive. 4 to 5. Well, I was right about the 4 to 5. I thought maybe 2 to 1 on Scotch Lassie. I like Junior's aggressiveness on Snow White. She's just not good enough. There's really not much to say. What I did find interesting was Jose Ortiz, if you guys saw, took a look back a little bit to see where Fully Subscribed was there on the top of the stretch and didn't let Fully Subscribed come in between him and the 6 and force Fully Subscribed to swing out 3 wide, but it didn't matter. Fully Subscribed used to be a deeper closer. Flavian and Chad, like I said, Matt, have this horse going really good. Congratulations on hitting the lower of the 2 doubles, but again, you'll take either one. That's awesome for you. Sometimes it's just easy as the Englishman Fully Subscribed. There you go.
Well, right? I mean, it's amazing.
The problem is how many other people did that, right? How many other people did that is the question, because in my contest, I guarantee you I'm not going to be second anymore. I'd be shocked if I'm still second.
But they didn't do it for $2,200, and that's the difference. And so, right, the whole trick here was sit here and be patient. Don't get sucked into races that feel too difficult. These felt like just the most obvious. I mean, Englishman was the most obvious on the day, and then the race after it had what looked like a 2-horse race. Sometimes it is that easy. I'm not going to sit here and thump my chest over a 287 double, but at the same time, when you're in a tournament with 2 entries and you can take one of them and multiply it by 2.87, okay, that helps quite a bit to get into that prize pool. So they'll make this race official sometime tomorrow, and we'll check out the leaderboard and see what happens.
No doubt about it. I'm looking at my Monmouth. I do have to make one more play. I know what I like. Okay. There's actually a stake race in Monmouth in 5 minutes that we are going to show. So far, ladies and gentlemen, very chalky. Englishman, Fully Subscribed. No one is surprised by that, Andrew. I think the more creative prices and I would certainly not going to say more exciting, but the bigger price opportunities are certainly coming up. Brad Anderson is our guy in the contest play. Just move the checker ahead on the board, Matt and Howard. Both examples of being decisive and keeping it simple. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate that. Brad's one of the best in the game. He would know, Matt.
Absolutely. He and it's funny. He's one of these players that even if he's not in a tournament, it's entertainment. So he does love watching. He does love watching, especially the strategy at the end and whatnot. It's funny. I'm not aware that he's playing or even looking, and then I'll get some kind of a text saying nice move or whatever. So yeah, he's you get whatever advice you can out of that guy.
All right, Matt, totally serious about this question. I have one more $80 play I have to make in Monmouth. The next race is the stake race. It is 2-year-olds, but it's a stake race on dirt. There's a horse I sort of like. She's 4 to 1. Do I put a win bet instead of a show bet? I know you can easily say it doesn't really matter, but it can matter. You never know. Or maybe 40 to win in place, or 40 to place in show.
You got to pick an objective. Are you trying to preserve capital or make money? And what does the extra $300 do for you? My guess is for $80, look how happy you just were 5 minutes ago when you got your $80 back on a dead heat. I think that answers the question, actually.
To not do a win bet.
Yeah, just get your $80 back and go slam that money into something you care way more about.
I'm going to do place and show because I do like the horse, and it could matter a little bit. And if I lose, I don't think I'm going to do place and show. But okay, that's a good answer. I appreciate that. Actually, I could even do. Forget. I'm not going to do anything on the win end. I'm just going to do place and show. It's fine. The horse wins. The horse wins. I have one more bet I have to make. I'm making it right now at Monmouth, and then I don't have to worry about Monmouth going on the contest unless this button's not working. So okay, well that would be great. Okay, I'm having issues on the screen, so I can't make anything yet.
I think the world's getting madder and madder at Kendrick. Honestly,
Kendrick, what happened? Did I miss
He
something?
was the guy that wouldn't weigh in and that has caused all of this nonsense about these NYRA races taking so long to go official. And if I'm being honest,
hey Matt, you won the race. It's all good. Andrew is very anxious to see his total.
Come on, it's everybody. Everyone gets annoyed by how long this now it's official, but it's way longer than normal. It's not that like it takes less. It takes some of the fun out of it.
Yeah, no, they do be taking forever up there.
It's a little annoying. I agree with you there. Okay. So I apologize for all the multitasking, everyone. Oh, look who's in the chat. We haven't seen him in the chat for a while.
Hey.
Another great friend. Matt, talk about this guy at the bottom of the screen, please. For 30 seconds. He hails from Michigan.
Well, he hails... it's funny. He's a very Midwestern guy. Right now, he's in Ohio. Yeah. This is Drew Coatney, BC champ 2022 with Flightline. Drew's been on a bit of a tournament hiatus. That'll change quickly come BC season, that's for sure. And it's funny. It is like it's like bears coming out of hibernation. I start getting texts around now from Drew saying, okay, I'm starting to wake up. Maybe I'll look at something this weekend. I got to start working out these muscles again. So, good to see Drew getting back into it.
Yeah, Drew Coatney is awesome. He actually said get more creative with the $80. I'm not going to push back on that, especially since Drew has accomplished a zillion times more than I have. But he loves me. Thanks. It's just, this is a spot just to preserve, basically. So,
So it's a show bet, or it's something more. Maybe it's an $80 double, or two $40, where you
I
do
didn't look
try
at
to
next
make
race
some
at
money.
all. Didn't even look at next race at all.
Okay, well, again, it's a question of if you really like it. The minimum is a guide. You don't have to bet the minimum, but I think the fact that you're flexing to the minimum, again, is kind of answering your question about confidence. And if it's not a high confidence pick.
Actually, you know what? There's an argument to go win. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm canceling. I'm gonna go win in show, because there is an argument to do that. That's what I'm gonna do. Look, if I lose them by $40, I'll fall on the sword and say I'm an idiot. Okay. I don't anticipate that happening. So let me just make this bet here, guys, real quick. Okay, and I have to review this to make sure it's good. Okay, and then I have to do one more bet. So everyone just give me a second here.
Utilize the capital to get the next move, get a minimum out of the way. Yep, I agree, Drew.
Yeah. Okay. We are making a bet here on the screen, everyone. Well, you're not seeing it, but I am doing it.
I did take over first in the $200 contest on Twin Spires. I had made an all-in win bet there. Whatever that was, $602. So I'm up to $1,100. We'll see. I got a bunch of killers behind me, including Steve Zare, Mike Domabell, Chris Couples. Let me make sure Brad's not on the list so we don't upset him.
All right. This is hey, let's talk about this race, Matt. Let's talk about this race
with blinkers. So currently she does not have the blinkers on. The steward's reporting to the announcer's booth, in which to you, the 9 will be wearing blinkers.
That is interesting.
At least they announced it before the race, unlike Saratoga with jockey changes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but in some jurisdictions, wouldn't that be
again, ladies and gentlemen, and if you're on track,
a no wager?
She is coming to the gate here, number 9. I'm with her.
Purse money only.
Television screen, we've got it for you. They're going to put those blinkers on, number 9. I'm with her again, number 9. 2 race with blinkers.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. We've been doing this a long time in horse racing, especially Matt and I. Isn't that usually a that the horse runs for purse money only when they do it when the equipment is not announced? That seems very odd,
Andrew. Equipment, but I don't know. I guess not. But
is it in the program? You know what? Someone tell me in the chat, or one of you guys, is it in the program? It's got to be. Maybe it's in the program. They just forgot to put the blinkers on the horse. Because if it's not in the program, that should be running for purse money only, Matt.
Yeah.
I don't really care, but
no, it was not. And the horses never had blinkers either before.
Okay, that is not good. I don't want to make a huge ordeal of this, but I thought, and people put in the chat, that a lot of jurisdictions, Matt, you have to run for purse money only because that can make a huge difference. And I don't. That's not right.
Yeah, look, I don't know anything about this horse, but if it has the propensity to show speed, well, that could change the whole complexion of the race now if it's going to end up in front.
Yeah, that should not be that. I'd love to get some more information on that from anyone in the chat, because that doesn't seem right.
Next week on Monday, Horse Racing Twitter.
No. Anyway, this is for 2-year-olds. Can you tell me the name of the race, Andrew? I don't have time to bring on.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
It's a stake race for 2-year-olds.
The sorority for fillies, 2-year-olds.
They're going 2 turns, Matt. So this is interesting because, I mean, look, you never know. Some of these horses might be in the Breeders' Cup juvenile fillies race. I like the 8 quite a bit here, guys. I did handicap this race for a little bit. This horse ran huge in her first race. They're all going 2 turns basically for the first time, but she's got the breeding to do it. And I don't know about you, Andrew, but I much prefer an outside post in these situations because, again, you don't want to be checked on the inside. These are young horses. I prefer a horse to be in the outside here.
Yeah, I personally think the 6 is pretty good here. But yeah, there's a couple horses here that are all about the same price that I think have a good shot, and they're all outwardly placed. So,
yep, I'm on the 8, Andrew. Sorry, Drew. I'm on the 8 here. Just a minimum play, just $80 play here for the contest. Good luck to everyone in the sorority stakes. Live from Monmouth Park, Matt Dearman with the call. Appreciate the video, Monmouth Park. Thank you.
The outside post, I'm with her. Blinkers
I'm rooting for the blinkers horse.
We're ready to go.
No.
And NYRA in the sorority stakes.
Didn't go to the lead.
Away a little bit sluggishly, then had to take back off of heel. She's at the rear of the field. Space for Grace zooming to the lead from the inside. Space for Grace is the pacemaker into the first turn from Witchy Vibes, who runs in the second position. Tis Candy.
Again, I don't mind this horse a little bit wide, guys. I want her in the clear, so I'm okay with this. 3-2. Wow.
There's a gap of 3. Intra-Osseous, she's in the middle of the field here, 2 lengths clear.
A lot of late money.
I'm with her to the outside.
I'll go full screen, guys, so people can see better.
The 9-2-year-old fillies swing up the back stretch. Space for Grace is paving the way. 3 parts of a length.
And that one has a pretty coat, man.
Emphatic, with no excuses, getting a little bit closer while going well. There's a gap of 2.5 to no one else's. Tis Candy already plodding along, and she's losing position right now. Spectacular Sam is joining her. Intra-Osseous is under a hard ride, loses a spot in the third last position. Now clear of I'm with her.
No real excuses for the 8 from here.
The first time starter.
A little wide, but
Space for Grace has lost the lead, and there goes Emphatic. Emphatic cruises to the lead. Witchy Vibes.
Win this emphatically.
But Emphatic is too good for her at this
or by
point.
an inch. Oh boy, this 3 is rolling.
3 is the first time starter for CJ Thoroughbreds.
Witchy Vibes, Revenge of the Sis.
That's a long way to make up.
Position with
I understand, but she's rolling.
They're off the turn. It's Emphatic.
Go on this 8.
Gonzalez asking her to go now, and she responds, and she opens up 6. Spectacular Sam in second. Revenge of the Sis
nice.
on
Nice.
Look, you never know if that extra win money is going to matter, Matt. You never know. I don't know. All right. I'm glad. Glad I did that.
Nice effort.
All right.
That 3 might be a nice horse going.
I did like 30 and 55. I split the, I didn't do 40 and 40.
When you want to watch out for next time.
Let's see the gallop out. I know people can laugh. It matters to me. I don't know if this is 7 behind still or it's 7 already ahead.
No, but that 3, I would stable that 3 if anybody cares enough. First time starter in a stake and ran pretty good.
I'm not ready to declare the 8 Emphatic as a juvenile fillies horse, but first time going 2 turns, that was pretty nice. It's a nice horse, guys.
Yeah. Was first, 7 spectacular.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very professional.
Bet down to 3-2. All right. I'll take it. I was right about Kyle, Andrew, and that's not Kyle's fault. That is my fault completely.
That's what I figured.
So, now Drew is being complimentary. Okay, thanks, Drew.
Well,
Drew actually convinced me to, like, you know what, F it. Let me be a little more aggressive if I like the horse. Why not?
He did get you to shift from place and show to win and show, so a little bit you got something there.
You never know. All right, and actually I didn't look at the contest. I'm afraid to do this, Matt, the one I'm in, because I have a bad feeling it's not going to be good for me because of the last race. But let me see here. I haven't updated. After race, that was race. No, it's not updated yet. Race 9 has been run, correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
So they haven't updated yet? Let me see here. Hold on 1 second, everyone. I got to check something. No. They have not updated the leaderboard yet after the last race at Saratoga. That's weird. Okay, well, I'm still in second, but that might change. All right, next race, guys. This is where things are going to start getting a little bit interesting. I'm looking at the races that I was going to talk about. Is Woodbine race 7?
It's a stake.
Right. Is that gone off yet? Because we can also show
No.
Woodbine races. I know,
Don't
ladies
think
and
so.
gentlemen, we do want to focus on Saratoga, but this Weekend Warriors show, we like to go different tracks, and show different races. That's always been the plan. There's 3 minutes. This is perfect timing, actually. How much time do we have to Saratoga, guys? Someone look that up for me, please.
16 minutes.
Perfect. We got 3 minutes to the Woodbine race, which you can show. If you can pronounce the race 7 Woodbine race, congratulations. I believe it's the Zadrakata. The Zadrakata. Z-A-D-R-A-C-A-T. It's a lot of A's there, a lot of vowels. The Zadrakarta Stakes. It's 5 furlongs on the turf. The number 2, Little Teddy, is the favorite. We will show that stake race, and then we are going to go back to NYRA. The next race, by the way, in New York, is one that I have an opinion on, and I hope I'm right. It's the Lake Placid with some very interesting horses in that race on the turf. But let's go ahead and switch to that Woodbine race. I'm going to go ahead and I'll bring the field on the screen. I think I have it set up.
Oh, Olivia Rose is in this race, Howard. For crying out loud.
Oh, boy.
What do you
That's play for Matt, for sure.
That's my kid with middle name. Crying out loud. That's.
We also going to talk about Kentucky Downs a little bit. There is a pick 3 that people on the show would be interested in, including 2 stake races, Matt. So again, we got a lot going on. It's not all about Saratoga. Let me go ahead and bring up the video for Woodbine. Andrew, tell us your thoughts on the stake race 7 at Woodbine.
Yeah, I mean, this race is pretty tough for a stake. The 2 is the reigning champ. That's why he's probably getting bet down. He won this race last year and got a 96 buyer. She had a 96 buyer, which was by far her career best. And I personally like a little bit of the 7 here, so that's who I'm going to take, and hopefully can upset the field a little bit.
Sinclarity is the name of the 7. Again, the 2, another pretty great. Little Teddy is the favorite. Matt, for a little bit, wants Olivia Rose because Matt has a daughter. A beautiful daughter. 2 beautiful daughters. One is named Olivia, the other one, Allison. Here we go, guys. The Zadrakata Carta Stakes. Good luck. 5 furlongs.
Easy for you to say.
On the turf. I need a beverage. Here we go.
Sinclarity to the outside gate for the running of the Zadrakata.
Therefore, I go to the Fuji water.
Set to run. Off they race. Little Teddy back to last soon after the break, and getting out well was Home for a Rest and Dolce Fortuna from Sinclarity. Going through his Alpha Gamma Girl. Up the rails, Olivia Rose with room, and Forrester's Exec the center. Little Teddy is the trailer on the inside, and about 5 lengths covers the field. And getting away, Dolce Fortuna by a length to Olivia Rose, coming away from the inside, perking up well. In third, Alpha Gamma Girl. A rails run presents to Little Teddy to continue to make some ground on the inside pretty nicely, has come up to share third. A length away, Home for a Rest. Sinclarity goes to the inside, tracking Little Teddy in the center, Forrester's Exec. Out in front, Ryan Munger on Dolce Fortuna.
Olivia's got a shot, Matt.
Teddy poking through on the inside, burning up the rail now. And after beginning at the back, has gone up to share the lead. Dolce Fortuna and Little Teddy the inside. Little Teddy on the rail.
Wow.
Dolce Fortuna kicks on. Little Teddy on the rails in front by about a half. Dolce Fortuna trying desperately. A repeat winner of the Zadrakata.
Nice.
Little Teddy by a length. Dolce Fortuna second. Sinclarity third. Then Forrester's Exec, Olivia.
All right, I did a couple doubles there. Oh, Little Teddy ended up going up at 1-5.
Boy, considering she didn't, those were girls, right? Considering she didn't break well, wow, that was impressive.
She looks really strong at that 5 furlong distance on the turf there.
That was impressive. All right, let's go to Saratoga. Again, let me reset the scene and put up a few quick banners, and we'll get into the Lake Placid. First of all, you can follow us on X at HHH Racing Pod, as we have hundreds of people watching now as our crowd continues to grow. We've got a great website, hhhracingpodcast.com. You can also get Clocker reports for Del Mar and Saratoga through our good friends at DRF. Go to drf.com. And also, we are very proudly sponsored by the Adelphi Racing Club, who actually had a new commercial they put out, Matt, and I am not in it, which is probably a good thing. Tom Durkin does the voiceover. So thank goodness you don't see me holding a phone anymore, ladies and gentlemen, on the Fox commercials for Adelphi. But honestly, that's our power pick tip sheet. Honestly, which is nice too. There we go, top of the screen. AdelphiRacing.com. They had Illmatic won, Andrew, yesterday. That horse is talented. It had some really bad luck. They've had a bunch of wins at Saratoga this summer. I have a horse with them that's coming back in a few months and is going to be a very fast filly who's already done well, and it will be running on the Tapeta there at Belmont, which I'm very excited about. Her name is Twirling Beauty. So anyway, a shout out to Adelphi Racing. Also shout out, and Andrew, as I bring on Kyle, feel free to leave at any time you like.
Let's bring it real quick.
What?
Shout out Adelphi for doing the best turned out horse every race at Saratoga as well. That's a cool feature there I like about Adelphi. So
that is, they do the best turned out. I think race 5 they do the best turnout. Andrew, are you going to stick around, or do you want to?
I'm going to get some food. I am so hungry right now.
All right. Any final thoughts? Give me your top 3 in the Travers, and I'll bring up the gem from the Bayside bunker.
Yeah. Well, in the pick 6, if I get to that leg, I do have Napoleon Solo singled. I'm hoping to go gate the wire, and I'm hoping for the reverse, the good karma, because they took, the whole jockey thing with Paco and Jorge Vargas being my good buddy and not getting the ride on Baby Vino. I'm hoping that since Paco got taken off of the horse for Solo, or off of Solo for Baby Vino, Solo ends up winning. So that's my theory. I also think Johnny B can go gate the wire. I like the Indiana Grand horse with Manny and Franco leading change. That horse is running really good on buyers and Ragison's especially. But yeah, I like the 3 and the 2. I hope one of them goes to the lead and they don't duel. And if they don't duel, I hope the Solo gets the lead and never looks back. So that's my top pick.
I like it. Well, Andrew, thanks for coming on. Good luck with Napoleon Solo. Have a great rest of your day. Take care.
Yep. See you guys.
All right. Let's bring on from the Bayside bunker the host of Betting and Boozin'. Kyle Roscoe joins us. Kyle, how are we doing today?
Oh, we're just enjoying life. The White Sox are winning. Bets are hopefully going to come through in this race, and should be a profitable day if the favorite comes in here. So it'll all be decided in the next.
I'm sorry, who's winning? Is that the Cubs?
No, I don't know who that is. What are you talking about?
Oh, I don't know. I've never heard of the Red Sox are winning right now.
Hey, it's not a joke. At least they stayed in Chicago.
All right.
Wow.
Wow. Ouch.
You can give me. You want to get me going there? We can start going.
Kyle, how's it gone for you so far? We're going to talk about the Lake Placid right now, which is the next. It's the only grade 2 of the sequence.
Oh man, that really sucks. It's a grade 2, man. That's terrible. In the middle of this day. Doing well. I really haven't played too much so far today. This was actually my first big play. Was this double from fully subscribed into this French horse that I think is really the goods. We'll talk about it, of course, here in a second, but I think I was basically my main play the entire day was a big double 2-5. So hoping to basically become profitable for the day and just ride out for the rest of it.
Well, let's talk. Let's get right into it, guys. We got about 11 minutes here. I have a lot of intel on Now Miss. I think it's pronounced that way. I honestly am not really sure. Matt, I might make a play. I'm very frustrated though because the leaderboard is not updated, and that makes a major difference to me. So I'm a little frustrated with that. But let's talk about the Lake Placid as I bring up the field here. The French filly Now Miss is 7-5. She was co-favored earlier in the day when I looked at the UK markets. She's won at 19-1 and 20-1, Kyle, which I think some people look as a negative, which I understand. But boy, she's getting really good right now. It's an acquisition private from Madacat and Chad. I think the cut back to a mile has really done this horse good. I thought her last race was the best when she won the Prix de Sandringham. That is a Group 2. I will say the 3-year-old fillies in France. Might not be as good as the 3-year-old fillies or 3-year-olds in general in the UK and Ireland. That's fair to say. However, Matt, if you remember, I opened the show by saying that Shelzawa won race 7.
Yep. Oh, this was the one. Okay.
Now Miss was working with Shelzawa and frankly working better than that one. Now, Shelzawa was only in an allowance race, Matt. This is a much tougher race. But everything I've seen, Kyle, I like. I'll let you talk about the source a little bit.
I mean, you kind of hit it on the head. That last race is really the big key in on. And again, 19-1, 21, she really did nothing early in her career to warrant being bet in those 2 races. But man, did she show up. I agree with you, Howard. The fact that this horse has gone back to a mile and really flourished, that's one big point for me. The fact that this horse, again, going around those turns at Chantilly, that's always a big positive when they come over here. Not to mention, last time out, that race was run over the firm ground. That was the number one thing for me, that the fact that she was able to both do it over soft, good to soft, and then to the firm ground and win the biggest race of her career. I just, with this type of acquisition for Chad, Pratt hops aboard this one. I just feel like this is, and you mentioned Shelzawa as well, the fact that she ran so well earlier, that only, it adds another feather in the cap of Naumis, and all my chips are into the number 5.
Wow. Okay. I don't think she's a superstar, Matt, but she should be tactical. Kyle, there's not a lot of early speed in this race. That's what makes me a little bit nervous. And sometimes these horses from overseas, Matt and Kyle, as you guys know, don't break rate. Actually, we saw a nice Miguel horse finish 3rd earlier today when she was first time Euro, but that she last ran in like March. So there was a much longer layoff. The other one that I'm chalking out here, I know there's not a lot of early speed, but I thought Queen of Hawaii was really impressive last time. I know she stayed on the inside. We haven't shown a lot of replays yet, but I'll show this one. She beat a horse named Play with Fire, who's another Chad who was scratched out of a stake race that actually last week. But you're going to see Queen of Hawaii, who is the one in this race, Kyle, weave through horses and win really impressively.
No, yeah, and I've definitely had her second. I'm a big fan of Phil Antonacci's as well. Both him and Philip Bauer, I have a lot of respect for the things they do with such a small barn. You could see her on the inside, and this is the thing you love to see. This was also first off the layoff for Queen of Hawaii as well, and being able to squeeze through that small hole and be able to finish really nicely, that's absolutely a positive. And again, being first off the layoff, she should be even better this time around. Time form she got was a 1:13, which was much better than what she was running as a 2-year-old. Including overseas and in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Philly Turf. She absolutely has every right to win in here, especially if she takes a big step up off of that coming second off the layoff.
Yep. Deep Learning. I thought she'd take more money, Kyle. Is she 4-1 because there's so much money on the 5, or because she's slightly cold on the board? She is her morning line. I'm shocker. David Aragona, exactly right on. I don't like her going a mile. I think she wants longer. I'm a little against her. I'm using her very defensively.
That's exactly the way I felt about it too, Howard, to be completely honest.
Oh, good.
I do like the second off the layoff angle. It's kind of the same thing with Queen of Hawaii. I'm just worried about the mile for her. And I think she doesn't take a whole lot of money because, people love to play jockey gymnastics. They see Pratt hop off, go to the Euro. That's 6-5. They're like, okay, well, you see that. You can see the intent behind that. Manny Franco, obviously extremely capable of having this horse, and this won't be the first nor the last. If the other Chad Brown does win this race, but I'm with you, Howard. I think the mile is just a little too short for this horse.
I'm going to let you two talk. The leaderboard is up. I'm not going to show it. I do need to make a bet here. I'm not going all in, but I'm making much bigger than a minimum bet. Matt and Kyle, Kyle, let me just do this on the screen. This is the field. Why don't you guys go ahead and talk for another, what do we got, 2 minutes here to post, I believe?
And Matt,
maybe talk about East Jabip, who might be on the lead, and anything else you'd like to talk about. Go ahead, Kyle. You can lead the conversation for a minute, please.
Yeah, of course. And Matt, I want to go, and this is, I promise you, I'm going into this. I haven't really paid attention too much all day. Are you still in the tournament?
So there's a bunch going on today.
Okay.
The tournament that I am prioritizing the highest is the $3,500 one on Twin Spires.
Yeah.
And I'm right now in about 7th, something like that. So I'm in a very good spot there. And just to complete the thought there, both of those entries were won. And so whatever the heck I get out of this, including my bankroll, is all profit. And so, I tend to get a little less aggressive on those sorts of days. And I think at least for a while, Matt McJunkin, some of the totals are just ridiculous. So yeah. I'm not sure how much I'm targeting the top of that. The NYRA bets tournament for $300, I crapped out. I'm winning, I think, 2 other Twin Spires Saratoga tournaments at the moment, but the one that Howard's focused on is a nice one at Express Bet for $800. I was in a good spot there and blew it, but yeah, Howard's in a nice spot, and I think Brad was in a nice spot for a while. I did just pull up that leaderboard as he's doing his work, and you got one guy out way ahead with $8,800, and Howard is sitting at $3,200. Fourth is at $2,600. And so I'm not trying to distract Howard. I don't even know if we've been muted, but my sense is only the guy in first has any reason to be changing any of what he's doing at the moment. Everyone else is so darn close in terms of bankroll that while I'd rather be ahead of someone than behind them, I think all of those people are going to have to hit something else unless it's just bombs away. And yeah, okay, and if that's the case, maybe position will matter, but I think pretty much everyone's going to have to do something. I don't know that they're going to close the gap all the way to $8,000, but I'll bet you that those totals behind $8,000 end up closer to 5 or 4. We'll see.
Okay, so I heard all that, Matt. I made my bet. I can tell you that I have 3,200. The third place is in 3,000. Fourth place is 26, and there's a bunch of people at 2 and 18, 17. I made a $600 play here because I liked the play. This was my second favorite play of the day. There's no reason for me to go all in, but I'm making a $600 play to win a few $1,000s. Because I don't think I don't know what you think right now. 2,600's in fourth. I think it's going to take $4,000 to get in the top 4. And that's sort of what I'm targeting at. Even if I lose this, I'd be down to 26. I'm still going to be anywhere from, let's just say, 3rd to 6th range with one more play that I need to make. My minimums are all done in Monmouth. I can do whatever I want now at Saratoga the rest of the day, which I feel good about. And there's just no reason for me to go all in. The other thing I'm going to say from a contest perspective, and Kyle, I'd love to hear your opinion on this, because there is a gentleman that's at 8,000 and it pays top 4. Actually, for me, that's a really good thing because I don't think people are going to chase him. Although there is prize money, Kyle and Matt, of course. But I think most people want to just get that top 4 BC. So my point is, Kyle, because the top person is $5,000 ahead, I think that's actually to my benefit because I don't think people are going to be chasing that person.
Yeah, and that's what Matt exactly was hinting at was the fact that he's so far ahead, and because at the end of the day, when people play these contests, they're not aiming for an extra. I don't know exactly what the tournament structure is, but an extra couple $1,000s in prize money. They're aiming for that $10,000 BC seat. So they see that guy so far ahead, they're like, okay, well, we'll play for 5. We'll play to 5,000 or something like that, to where you can still cash in that BC seat. So I do think that does play to everyone's benefit, really, because they can all play to a lower dollar amount.
Well, and I've spent the better part of the last year experimenting with all kinds of different strategies. It's funny when I play these tournaments, I don't play them all. As dumb as it sounds, I'm not trying my hardest in every one of them. Some of them I'm trying some different things. And one thing I have definitely found on Twin Spires is if you can get out to a lead, it often serves as a bit of a ceiling for the rest of the way that the tournament's going to go. If the group perceives your lead to be pretty decent, the totals often don't get way out of hand. It's when everybody starts slowly going up that the numbers get more and more competitive, but we'll see.
Kyle, I guess I wish this 6-5 was 6-5 instead of like 5-2, right? Because then I guess she'd be cold on the board. I just didn't think she'd be this low. I don't think she's like a super duper star, but anyway, I am playing in the contest. I'll just say I'm playing a double. I'll just leave it at that. I'm playing a double here. I'm not playing a win bet anyone straight out. Good luck to anyone in the Lake Placid. I'm going 5-1-4. Kyle, your top 3 quickly.
I was also 5-1-4. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Deep learning.
I want Naumus to break and be like mid-pack, Kyle. I do not want this fight to be that far back. Good luck to everyone in the Lake Placid.
Irresponsible wager of the week, ladies and gentlemen. Come on.
Let's
you
blow
here.
that horn after this race. We want to blow that
Renegade.
rock music.
Just
Please break out of the gate.
that's all I ask.
And they're off in the Lake Placid.
Okay.
And Coco
Not great,
Motion
but not
came
bad.
out quickly. Flowerhead has sharp
The 9
early
didn't
foot
break. The
too,
9 was speed.
as does
Interesting.
Learning close up. Ultimate Love moves up on the outside.
Now the 9 is
Non-consecutive terms.
lost an iron.
East Jabip making a very wide and aggressive bid into the first turn. Then it's Queen of Hawaii, who is second to last.
Boy, the 5's in last.
At the back of the field. They're covered by 8 lengths behind
Well,
Flowerhead,
all right.
who went the opening.
I'm not sure I
quarter
love
in
that,
25
Kyle, but
seconds.
I don't.
East
We're going
Jabip
to tell you right now.
those two on even terms. Ultimate Love is
But-
2 lengths back in third.
She didn't
Par for
break
the
slow,
course.
though.
By Deep Learning, who is tugging her way forward.
Pratt's
in
riding with a
fourth.
lot of
Coco
confidence.
Motion is next.
He gets cheeky
Non-consecutive
sometimes,
terms,
these
has
Euros,
7
Kyle.
lengths to make up. Queen of
she better be
Hawaii
really damn
covered up
good.
inside of her, and 3 to Naomis.
I don't even care if she's really damn good. She just better be better than these.
Flowerhead
The 4
takes
is
him
closer
toward
than
the
I
far
thought. I got to
turn,
tell you that.
has been in front and prominent.
I just need her to be
throughout.
better than these.
By
He's going to have to swing wide, Flavian.
East Jabip is in second.
Rather
Ultimate
that
Love
than
on
getting killed on the inside.
Better go right now,
Those
Flavian.
two stride for stride. Just in behind them, non-consecutive terms. Coco Motion. Naomis moves up on the outside, starts her run, and Queen of Hawaii is next there at the top of the stretch. East Jabip is the leader narrowly, chased by Deep Learning on the outside. And here is Ultimate Love moving through. Ultimate Love takes the lead inside the final 6. Naomis is coming like a rocket ship in the center of the
Come on,
course.
Flavian!
To win
Yes!
the Lake Placid.
Woo!
What a burst.
Oh my lordy!
Ultimate Love was second.
See, Howard,
Wow.
I don't need her to be a superstar. I just
Ah.
need her to be better than the poo-poo that she's running against. That's all I need.
What's hilarious is Ultimate Love was my cheeky Breeders' Cup juvenile turf play like last year. And everyone made fun of me, and she was absolutely awful. Wow, 6-5, 135 and 3. Flavian cut that a little too close for me, Kyle. Ultimate Love ran a huge race. Paco, by the way, with a great ride up the inside. It comes 5-8, maybe the 4.
I think it's 4-9. Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't an inch. I mean, Flavian won by half a length here.
Not even asking at the end, by the way.
Okay, remember I said she's not a monster? Compared to this field, Matt, monster.
Actually, she looked in victory a lot like her stablemate, who also had just a sick turn of foot down the stretch. I think the other one actually visually looked more bonkers. The speed, but this was one heck of a windup.
She was a little weird, Howard and Matt. I don't know if you noticed that. Like on the turn, she kind of took like a weird bad step. She kind of like dipped.
She almost straightened out instead of wanting to angle out like the jock was trying to get her to do.
And then she like switched leads in the middle of the stretch too. I mean, the Euros can be weird like that. They don't care about lead changes as much as we do over here in the States. But I mean, yeah, like I said, very happy.
Kyle, you played a win bet there.
I had I think a $37 double in the last race at 5-1, and then I had a substantial win bet for myself.
So that's worth talking about for a second. Yeah, do that.
Hey, we'll take 6-5. That's an HHH Racing podcast. Crush.
And I finally won something on one of these things. Usually come in this. So blitz myself.
Let's talk about how you bet for a second.
Yeah.
Well, I'll turn down. Sorry. We'll do the DJ fade. How's that?
Ooh, fade out. Look, there's a lot of people, and I'll congratulate Stinson in the chat now for being right and being one of them. But there's a lot of people that just bet that race, had the winner, and lost.
Yep.
There's a lot of them, right? That was not an easy second place horse to find, and so
that's true.
I do applaud when your opinion is the winner, and it isn't every single position in the race. I don't like the practice of seeking higher prices by just taking more risk. So good for you for taking 6-5. In the end, that doesn't look like a bad price, and you probably would have missed if you went for exactas or tries.
Well, and Matt, the thing is It should. It really
Come
should.
to read that, Kyle, from our good friend Drew Coatney.
Drew Coatney's like, has a soft drink crush approached you on a deal? I'll tell you what, if they do, I will be very happy if that's the case. So when I'm approaching these cards, and obviously a lot of it has come from not only your betting philosophy, but everyone's. When I used to work at Arlington, I was all over the place. I mean, just like a lot of people are when they first start out, right? You know, you don't exactly know how to bet well, I guess I should say. This is the one horse I wanted all day long. And my bankroll is obviously not as large as a lot of other people's. So going in,
it doesn't matter.
Somewhere, no, it doesn't. And that's what I'm going to explain.
It's 100% of your money.
Yeah.
And that's all that, I mean, everyone's bankroll is 100% of their money.
Well, you think about it like big blinds too, right? Where, your units are, way higher than mine. But for me, can you please
stop talking about my unit? I would appreciate we keep this clean.
It's a short conversation, trust me.
I like that. That's good. Good fire back. I love that from you. But either way, so when I'm approaching this, let's say like $120 for the entire day, especially on a bigger card. Maybe I'll play with a little bit more, but goddamn. I probably put 75%, 80% of my bankroll into that one horse because there's no reason for me to put 10% on this horse, but only 20% on this horse because I don't just feel 2 times better than this than I did about Counterintuitive earlier. That's another horse I bet earlier. The 9 that lost actually to the other horse we were just talking about. I just coming over from overseas, all the things I mentioned beforehand, this is the horse I wanted to play. So I look around. What am I going to find? I see Fully Subscribed beforehand, who I think beat Scottish Lassie on the score last time. Play her again because I think there's even more speed in this race. So what I ended up doing, playing the double from the 2 into the 5 with, I think, about 50% of my bankroll, trying to turn what I expected to be something 7 to 8 to 5 into a 5 to 1 shot.
Yep.
Successfully did it. Wanted over even money, saw 6 to 5. So I put probably a total of about 90% total on that horse for my bankroll. But it's the horse I felt the best about all day, and I'm up 5x on the entire day, and now I can just play with house money for the rest of it.
Beautiful. Very
well
the one
done. Thing I
Good
go ahead, Matt.
No, it's a good explanation. The only devil's advocate I want to be.
Please.
And I definitely advocate your way of doing it. I acknowledge it's not easy to sit here,
right,
betting peanuts or not betting at all, waiting for a spot.
Mm-hmm.
And so, strangely for me, this is why it comes back to tournaments in a way. Find like the smallest tournament out there. Just keep yourself busy, play some action bets. But when it comes to betting like you mean it, do it just like you did. And good for you. Your lock of the day was 6 to 5. Mine was 1 to 5. I had a much harder time pulling money out of mine than you did out of yours. So, yeah, well done on the betting side. Go ahead, Howard.
Thank you, sir.
Great job, first of all, Kyle. Interesting point by you, Matt, about that a bomb came in second, and it's hard for people to have. Although certainly people are right now crushing doubles, but they're not paying a lot. So what these contests right now, Matt, come down to aggression, right? You still have to be right. Maybe some people are trying to bet against the Euro. Like just because the Euro is 6 to 5 doesn't mean everyone's using this horse, right? There are other options here. The other Chad, the 1. So just because the favorite wins, ladies and gentlemen, doesn't mean people have it in the contest. That being said, if you do have it in the contest, you definitely want to cash on it. My question for you, Kyle, is I certainly would have preferred the 5 to be where she was during the race instead of being wide, obviously, because the Euros are trained, and Chad does too, right, to sit behind and finish. So while I wasn't overly happy that Flavien was too far back, obviously they knew what kind of turn of foot this horse had, and Flavien timed it right. And when you sit and finish, you're not going to get in trouble. It's just a question, are you good enough? And Flavien obviously knew what he had under the hood.
Well, and I'll be completely frank with everyone else. This is my first big hit like this, I think, in 3 weeks, because I had the Euro at Del Mar that broke 15 lengths last and finished in between horses, finishing third. I tell you all the time, and actually I mentioned on the podcast a lot too, especially with these Euros, yeah, you want them covered up. However, you don't want to try and be coming up the rail at the quarter pole trying to let this horse fly.
Yep.
That's why Flavion's just the best in the business. It's just not, and again, he gets put on the best horses. Like there's no saying that that's not the case. But when he's able to, he doesn't break the best, but he's like, I know what horse I have, gonna be patient, tuck inside, tip out at the top of the stretch, and win. Basically for him, what looked like he never thought he was a loser because he won wrapped up by a half length. And that takes some serious cojones and skill to do. And Flava Flav does have that.
Look, they weren't going that fast. You have to know what you
25.
got to make that move. But again, for anyone out there, including my good buddy Pete Visco, who we love, who often calls these Euros Euro trash, he knows they're good horses. I think he actually picked this one on top. He just doesn't like to bet them for whatever reason.
He won't admit it. All right.
Guys, again, time after time at these big meets, especially at Saratoga, these Euros just breed different air, Matt. They've got a different turn of foot. They're just better in general. And to suggest that they're not going to be, or to try to beat them in general, not always, in general, is fruitful.
No, I agree. And I actually think I could relate to some degree with the Euro trash comment. I think I do understand what he means by that, which is that these horses often are accompanied by stories of legendary status and just being unbelievable and of such high quality. And not every single one of them shows up to look like that. So when you see a pattern of horses being overhyped, well, they're not all overhyped. Some of them are, some of them aren't. And the ones that aren't overhyped look like what we just saw, which is crazy. But right, there's no angle that says that every one of them that comes here does well. And so when you hear the big story about how terrific this horse is and they don't adapt to our circumstances well, it's easy to say they don't travel well. But the reality is, on a percentage basis, they do. And that was just spectacular.
All right. We have the next two races we're going to talk about is one at Kentucky Downs, Kyle. And you covered Kentucky Downs, did a great job this Wednesday. We know it's a difficult track. You covered the pick 6, I believe, or 6 races you covered. And if you notice our tip sheet, those of you that subscribe to our Power Picks tip sheet, now is the perfect time to bring up that banner and just mention we have a really good Power Picks tip sheet. It's been good for a long time. Let me bring up the banner. If you are interested in it, you need to go to patreon.com. Here it is. You need to go to patreon.com. The website, it's below, it's on the bottom of the screen. It's also in our description right below the video player on YouTube in the description. This is the best year we've had so far with our ROI. The ROI is about $2.60. The play of the day ROI, as you can see on the screen as of last weekend, is $3.24. That is twice the national average. And interesting enough, my play of the day, I believe, is actually at Saratoga, is actually coming up in the next race. I have to double check that, but I believe it is. And that would be, it's Tip Top Thomas is my play of the day. I didn't tip out Namas, guys, because I knew she'd be really short. Although I did tip out some shorter prices today, just because it felt that kind of day. My prices, my bomb or bigger prices are coming later. But looking to the Power Pick tip sheet. But anyway, Kentucky Downs, Kyle. We've got 21 minutes Saratoga, and we've got, I think I saw 10 minutes, so I think it's going to work out just perfectly to Kentucky Downs. Why don't you talk about what happened this past Wednesday and your overall thoughts on Kentucky Downs and this race coming up here, which is the Kentucky Juvenile Fillies Turf, or is it? Yeah, Phillies.
Yep.
No, it's a Phillies.
Sprint. Juvenile Sprint.
Phillies Turf Sprint. Matt, how about $750,000 they're
Huge
running for
numbers.
a Kentucky Downs, $750. I'm looking at the favorite right now. I'm a little surprised. It's the number 2, Good to Be King for Concepcion. We will get back to Saratoga, ladies and gentlemen, of course, and the 4 go. But like I said, a lot of great races to talk about. I got everything ready on the screen here. Look at this timing. There we go. Kyle, it's all yours. The Keelan Sales Kentucky Downs Juvenile Sprint. It is actually for the boys, Kyle.
The next one is the one you're thinking of. It's the
I've seen the next one. This one's for the boys. You see right now, morning line favorite. Actually, the live odds. I don't believe that's correct. I see 3-1. So ignore these live odds. I probably didn't update it. Let me update. But talk about this race, Cal.
And I'll tell you what. When we were covering this, is of course the first race we covered on Wednesday. This is a tough one. This is a very tough race to kick off the pick 6. Wagley going out. Howard, you mentioned it in the chat of. It was a very interesting morning line favorite, considering the horse had never been on turf. Of course, people would bet Wesley Ward. If he threw a donkey out there in a turf sprint, people would bet him. But I ended up going with number 8, Vicino. And I like this horse a lot because I thought there was a lot of speed in this race. But again, this is a tough way to kick it off. I don't think people are necessarily that far off the fact that the 2's the favorite. If I remember off the top of my head, the 2 probably had the best form going into it on the turf, if I'm not mistaken. Ran the Ellis Park Dash last time, the Riverside last time. Closed really well, and of course, does have that mile win under the belt. So going from 5.5 at Ellis to 6.5 at 6.5. Going from. I got you. It echoed. I muted it. We're good. But the best has the mile win at Ellis and the 5.5 win. So going from the 5.5 to the 6.5, since it has the mile win, it's not going to be that much of a question of can the horse get the distance at Kentucky Downs. Yep. So, but this horse is going to close as well. But the 1 wants to be forward, the 3 wants to be forward, the 4 wants to be forward. The 5's close. The 7 is all out speed. The 10's been all out speed in the past. The 11's quick. There's a lot of early speed in here. Kentucky Downs, when it's been dry, at least last year, I haven't paid too much attention to it so far today, but it was playing towards speed until they got a little bit of moisture in the ground. So that is a little bit of a concern, but I think the 8 and the 2, for that matter, have a decent chance to sit somewhere close and be able to go by once the leaders tire out.
I think it's fair, Kyle, to say that Vicino has faced the best horse in booked. I mean, booked, yes. So that was a dirt race, though. Vicino does have turf pedigree and has been working on the turf, and I watched the works, and he's done it well. But you can see there is a little, the tree was not very good, but Dreaming Collect was okay. I mean, and again, in the family tree, Summerfront was the turf horse, right? So the second family, Summerfront was a very nice turf horse. I don't know if this is a case of they see the purse and Cassie wants to go for it and doesn't think it's going to be a strong field, or if he really believes this is a turf horse. I'm not sure they really believe this is a turf horse, but I do think this is a really good spot, Kyle. I'm very surprised with the odds right now on Just a Holiday, the number 11. Now, Matt, this is the other ward that he had in this race that was planning on running this horse all the time while Wagley scratched. I don't know about you, Kyle. I don't know if you watched the replay at Saratoga. That was a very, very fast pace that Just a Holiday was in.
Yep.
Only got a 60 buyer, but hung around a long time and just got nipped at the end by an Asmussen horse. You can make the argument that the race came back slow, but there's 2 things I like about Just a Holiday, who, by the way, guys, is a spot play tip sheet, a spot play on our tip sheet. My Lord, this is a spot play on our tip sheet that I wrote. And the reason here, guys, is I don't mind an outside post because I think this horse can just break and Smith can look to his left and see what the decision is. I don't think Mike Smith, by the way, was originally planned to ride this horse. No, so
I'm checking to see on our show.
I hate to be negative to a Hall of Famer, but now I'm a little bit down on this horse. It wasn't Mike Smith because I don't think I would have.
No, it wasn't.
Tipped this horse out. But anyway, I'm going to go with him anyway. He's got a big stride, guys. I don't think the 6.5 is a problem, and I think he can I think he's be better second out. So. He's strike. This is a Justify. I love the Justifies, Matt. Just one of the most beautiful horses I've ever seen in my life. When I saw him at Kumho America about 3 years ago when he started his stud career, just an awesome horse, and just a big. And this horse has been fantastic in the breeding shed. I like Just a Holiday. 7-1 is a little cold, so maybe I don't like it quite as much, especially with Mike Smith.
It's going to come down a little. It'll come down a little.
I'm going Just a Holiday. I think I put in the tip sheet 8-11. I'm actually going 11-8-2 here. Kyle, what are your top 3 in this race? And then Matt, I want to get your opinions because you are the king of the turf.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We got to go for it.
2 minutes to post.
I was 8-11-9 originally. 8-11-2 would be the default. Top 3. I think that's what I put on the tip sheet this morning. That I posted on Twitter. I actually like Just a Holiday a lot too. The speed, of course, is going to be the question for him, and it was supposed to be Pietro Moran on this horse.
That's what I thought.
Now it goes to Mike Smith. So
interesting
switch, of course, but I think the 8's got a good shot, and we'll see how the speed develops. But I'm at 8-11-2.
Matt, you are the reigning king of the turf, so you have about literally 1 minute to talk about what that is, in case people don't know, and your new affinity for Kentucky Downs.
Actually, hold on. I can actually play this up really well.
There you go.
I can sit here like this, and my selection this race is going to be the 2 horse for obvious reasons.
Oh Lord!
Good to be king.
Yeah. There you go.
More seriously, this is a cool tournament that they run, and it's one of the cooler. I'll call it tokens of winning, whether it's a title belt or a trophy or whatever. This is definitely one that you can have a good time with. But yeah, those tournaments are coming up for Kentucky Downs relatively soon. For me, yes, it is good to be king, but the reality is I don't know that I could be any more humble when it comes to picking races at Kentucky Downs. This is hard. Good luck, guys.
Sorry, turn my rolling off. They're in the gate. Good luck. I'm going to go with the 11, Just a Holiday.
This was one of the plays I wanted to make too, because I think AG Bullet is not a surefire winner, but a very, very close to it in the next race. So, oh, hold on.
Good to be king, and Boyhood Dreamer showing up in the early stages, and Ultimate Warrior is down the outside, moving up a level second. Good to be kings just in behind them along the inside, attended closely by.
It's 11 had to rush up. I don't like this at all, guys.
Brahms runs out.
It's in a good spot now, but I don't like the way he got there.
2.5 lengths away then to Grandiopon, a long way back. He's on the inside of Admiral's Order, and Vicino is at the tail of the field. Arctic Wolf leads Just a Holiday by a half length with 3/8 to go. Boyhood Dream behind the leader on the fence, pocketed by Ultimate Warrior, and Pinpoint pushing through between that pair in the blue and orange, starting to show some interest. Mid-American is next in the white with black sleeves and cap at the top of the stretch. Good to be kings over along the rail as they come past the quarter pole. It's Just a Holiday for Mike Smith, putting it to Arctic Wolf. Mid-American is taking a split. And Pinpoint is chiming in down the outside as they reach the 8th pole.
What a ride by the 6.
And on the inside, Mid-American, Arctic Wolf boxing on, and Good to be King is storming right down the outskirts. Mid-American's the leader over Good to be King. Mid-American has beaten Good to be King by half a length. They were clear of Pinpoint and Arctic Wolf.
Track, man.
6-2 Axe 109 and 1. The 6th horse, Mid-American. Oh, there's the DeVito horse. I think Charlie was the first one to mention on the show.
Yeah.
Wow. Jimmy DeVito, 5-1. Former Chicago connections. What a ride by Jamie Torres, by the way. That was fantastic ride up the inside. The 11 ran okay. He didn't break great and then rushed up. I didn't. Again, the minute I saw Mike Smith, sorry to everyone who likes Mike Smith, but
thank you to Dave for saying it too. I love Mike Lorona.
Yeah.
I love him so much. He's fantastic. I miss my favorite part of the racing. That's my favorite leaving the gate call now. But shout out to Jaime Torres, and 20-1 morning line went off at 5-1. So that's about as telling as it gets.
Well, I played a little pick 3 and I'm out, which is our good friend Matt Bernier is doing the shows now at Kentucky Downs this year, which is awesome. Matt, it's just the track I just don't play a lot. I guess I'm just not good enough handicapper. It's just a lot of weird stuff happens there. I just don't play it that often. But good for Jimmy DeVito. And that's $750,000 race.
Huge money.
It's awesome for him. Okay, let's go back to Saratoga, guys. We got 11 minutes to post. It's the 4-go. Let me say a few things. I'm alive to a healthy double here that I would say if I hit the horse or two that I need, I think I'm going to win a BCBC seat. And I've not looked at the leaderboard yet. But based on what I bet and what I think I need, I'm hoping I don't have to do much after this race, Matt. At least that is my hope. That was race 10 that just happened, correct? Yes.
Yep.
So I'm looking at the leaderboard right now, and then let me just actually bring it up real quick, just so everyone can see. This is the updated Express Bet leaderboard through the race that just happened. And whoops, sorry, let me bring it up. And like I said, Matt, everyone's trying for those, 4 spots, basically, right? I am actually in second right now, but of course we have no idea what people have in behind in terms of doubles and whatnot. Let's see where Brad Anderson is. Okay. He's all right. Brad Anderson's in 15th at 11:35. I mean, considering, Matt, Kyle, I predicted 4,000 is what you need to get in the top 4. That was my prediction. I'm at 32 right now. I do have a double, so there's hidden money that I don't really want to say more, guys, because this is $10,000 on the line. But anyway, I do have a double going here that I think would be very good for me. And even if I lose this double, I'm still doing okay, obviously. So we'll see what happens. But there's the updated leaderboard. Let me go ahead and take that.
This guy's got 2 in the top 4, man.
Off the
I didn't
screen.
even notice that.
Was that Chris Savage? That is really impressive. Wow.
Got 2 in the top 4.
Oh, he's winning. And he's also got, geez.
Yeah, so I'll just leave the winner over there, and now I'll just build up this other one.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
I mean, that is awesome.
The Terminator sitting there in 6th, or the Cyborg. I forget what we call him nowadays, but
well, at least he knows he's got one. I wonder. Well, I guess he'll be very aggressive with the second one. I guess he's already got a winning total, right? You'd think? Is that right, guys? I mean,
I would assume. Yeah, right. Might as well.
All right, let's get to the Saratoga guys. The 4 go. Like I said, 7 furlongs. There's a big scratch count earlier today in Bookendano.
Yep. Yeah, there was. And Paul Halloran, of course, broke the news. So
he did.
Fantastic and sad for him, because I know him and the connections are very good friends.
Yeah.
Just didn't like how he walked in the morning, I guess. So that's
actually he casted in the stall.
Yeah. What does that mean? What does that mean, Howard?
Kyle, you should know what that means, I would assume, right?
I don't know that, to be honest with you.
Oh, well, I'll tell you guys. So in general, it's like sort of kicking your legs out, and sort of got stuck. They get a little rambunctious in their stall sometimes. And it's minor. It's minor. He's going to run in the Vosburg next month. It's sort of like, it'd be as if a human sort of like tries to wedge themselves through a door and their foot gets stuck, and it can cause a scrape or a cut or just a minor stall incident. Mm-hmm. I think that's all you really need to know. So anyway, sorry, Kyle, put you on the spot. I thought maybe.
No, I didn't know.
Okay. He's casting for a new movie. He's gonna be the horse will be in a movie. He's casting.
Cody's wish.
Anyway, what does that do to this race, Kyle?
Honestly, that's probably a good thing that I don't know that. Because knock on wood, none of my horses have done it. So that's probably a good thing. I think this opens the race wide up. At least for a couple horses in here. I know you like Tip Top Thomas a lot, who in theory should have it decently by himself on the front end. He was very good when I watched him last year at Indiana. Or sorry, was that 2 years? No, that was last year, right? Yeah. All the Indiana Derby years all blend together at this point. Did lose to senior officer last time. However, didn't get the lead like he loves to do. And if he gets loose on the lead, Howard, I think you have a very good chance in here. I think it's a 2-horse race between the 1 and the 6, which really, Matt, I want to bring up to you because that always brings up a very interesting contest strategy question. If you're playing in these contests, of course, you have these 2 horses that are 6-5, 9-5 right now. And in the Ballerina next race, you have a horse like Ways and Means that's going to be bet down very heavily as well. So from a contest bankroll perspective, of course, I know it matters based on where your positioning is in the tournament. But when you're talking like this, where you have these 2 low of horses into it with one pretty heavy favorite in the next, how do you approach that from a contest strategy perspective?
Well, hey, Matt, before you answer that question, are you live in the SSBC still? I don't want to give you short shrift.
I am just outside of the money at 6,000 something, and I'm going to have to do something, and I'm not sure what.
Okay, go ahead and answer Kyle's question. Sorry.
Your will pays on those, your probables on those doubles are $7 and $6. And so if you think about it, like you're putting in 2 and you're going to get back 6. Okay, well, now you're getting 2 to 1 on this overall play. How do you feel about that? I'd say you feel pretty good about getting through the first leg. The question is, what's Ways and Means going to go off at? And are you better off just... So one way to approach it, if you don't want to split these two horses, is simply to Dutch those two doubles or bet them evenly, depending, if they pay the same. I think a lot of people would tell you to just pick one of the favorites. But given that these aren't, at 3-2 and 2-1, I think there's still some value there. And I think you will be happy. My guess is you'll be happy with that 2-1 or so once you see the odds that Ways and Means goes off at. So a lot of this has to do with what you think the prices will be. But if your other choice is just to say, I don't have to bet this race. If you've got two horses under 2-1 and you can't really split them, I'm not sure there's a ton of value to playing both of them. Okay, maybe your bankroll. Look, if you put $1 on each one, your bankroll would go up about 40 or 50% if that's how you played it. So it's a question of is that too much risk for what this is? That's up to you. That's up to your opinion.
I've been a big fan of Senior Officer for a long time. He's just a really cool horse. And when he won last time, he had no business winning that race. He got in all sorts of trouble and beat Tip Top Thomas. I think it's easy to say this is a 2-horse race. And I'll just say flat out, if Tip Top Thomas wins, I'd be very surprised if I'm not getting a $10,000 BCBC seat. I need Tip Top Thomas. I don't care if people know. I played a $500 double, Naomis Tip Top Thomas, Kyle. I also played a $100 double, Queen of Hawaii to Tip Top Thomas. So that's my $600 play that I made in the last race, Matt. I'll just say what it is now. Yeah. I'm alive to the double actually went up slightly, believe it or not. It's 663 times 500. I'll tell you what, actually, if that hits, I might be in the range of considering going for first, but that's another conversation. He doesn't have to win this race at all, guys. But like you said, Kyle, he's fast early. There's not a ton of early speed in here. He should have the lead. I think he needed that last race, and I think he's very, very talented. What I also sort of like, and I've been wrong a lot, ladies and gentlemen, on this show, like we all have. I'm not trying to be boastful at all, but my plan for the day has gone really well because I made some horizontal bets, Matt and Kyle, with our good friend Patrick Kunzel and Ryan Mistretta. And I actually have the all button here in the pick 5 and pick 6. Wow. And the reason I did that is because I figured, okay, if the chalk wins, I'll be good in the contest, God willing. And now if it doesn't, at least I'll have something going in those bets. I also think, Matt, that I'm a little bit nervous. This race is relatively open to me. I know I singled Tip Top Thomas, and it's probably 1 or 6, but it's a small field. I don't think there's a lot of horses that separate each other. Him ran very well against Built. I know we're good. Him ran very well against Built last time. And by the way, the last time Ron Moquette won a race, Kyle, at Saratoga was Whitmore in 2018. That's not the last time that he won this race. It's the last time that Ron Moquette, who's a good trainer, has won any race at Saratoga, which shows you how hard it is. T-Craft is a horse that, he's not that slow. If he runs a big race, I've seen weird things. It's junior. Crazy Mason, if they go hotter up front, can close. Their Senior Officer, which would actually be my worst result because I would lose the contest bet and a low price in the all button. And then Bring the Smoke, who's 6-1 with Jose Ortiz. So, Kyle, as much as I really, 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 really want the one, in fact, I think we can make an argument, guys. Let's see, 3,500. If the one wins, I basically win 14 grand. That's not overstepping it because it's 10,000 plus. I'm assuming I'm gonna be good. Matt's like, maybe you're not good yet. I don't know. I think I'll be good.
I think so. I think so.
Maybe I'm being a little airy on that. But anyway, it'd be very helpful. Let's put it that way.
Oh yeah.
Kyle, other than the 1 and 6, who else you like? As I'm gonna go and bring up the sound here in just a minute.
Yeah, you're good. I'm gonna pull it up because to be honest with you, it's mainly kind of those and everyone else. So let's see
who's the most likely winner other than right. So I'll tell you what, guys. Senior Officer is taking a lot of money. I didn't think Senior Officer would take this kind of money. I wish I could hedge on him, Matt. I don't really know how I would do it though, so I'm just not going to.
I thought Bring the Smoke.
It's a win bet. And it's for more money than you're comfortable doing, probably, given the size of everything going on. It would just take too much to hedge effectively.
Go ahead, Kyle. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Bring the Smoke would be my horse, because the horse did stumble at the start, was a little bit farther back than the horse wanted to be last time, and still closed very well in the same race with Senior Officer and Tip Top Thomas. So I'm guessing going the old Arlington way of when they run together, they win together, which doesn't necessarily translate to Saratoga a lot. But it was a very correct angle at Arlington Park.
Let me ask you a question, Kyle, from a handicap perspective. Is Senior Officer the same as Tip Top Thomas because he beat him last time? Like, if they were the same kind of horse, but they didn't run against each other last time, do you think Senior Officer would be taking this much money?
Honestly, I think it's mainly a pace scenario standpoint. They see they're really the only two horses that like to be that forward in this race. So being that they both ran against each other, both got 100 buyer last, the only triple-digit buyer, I think, in the entire field. Oh, no, sorry, him ran one last time as well. But I think it's a pace scenario standpoint, but I also think they probably are a little bit closer in the betting because the 6 ended up beating the 1 last time out. I don't think you're far off at all in that one.
I guess the main question here also, Kyle, is who's going to put pressure on the 1? Because I think the issue, we go through this all the time, and by the way, I'd love to hear Englishman thoughts here in a little bit, is if you go after the 1, are you sacrificing yourself? Like, why are you going after the 1? Is it to try to win, or is it try to make sure the 1 doesn't get loose? Because you might be killing yourself if you do that.
Correct. Yeah, and that's a very valid point as well. I just think what it's going to be, I think the 1's going to break out to the lead, probably lead by like a length. Senior Officer will be very close to him, just close enough to where he's not, running his own race out of it, but still enough to keep him close. And there'll be a throwdown at the top of the stretch, and we'll just see who ends up winning. I think the 8 closes up for a nice third, and I think it'll just be 1-2 around the track. That's
I hope you're right. I put a win on the 6, Matt. Nothing crazy, but just to do it, because that'd be my worst result, literally. Good luck to everyone in the 4 goes. They're lining up behind the gate. After this, we have 2 more races. Is that right? 2 more races? Yes. 2 more races, and I think they are pretty wide open and fantastic.
Yeah.
I cannot wait for the next 2 races. They're not loading yet. Give me 20 seconds on your Englishman thoughts, Kyle. Wow, what a horse.
Hey, man, I love my Cherie as much as – actually, no, not as much as the next person. I like my Cherie a little bit more than the next person. Yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable. The fact that what was the number exactly? It was like 0.13 off of the full stakes record.
120.71 was the final. 120.71. And
it was like 0.13 seconds. It was the second fastest H. Allen Jerkins of all time. I mean, it's unbelievable without really being asked at all from the 8th pole. It truly is. And unless someone can be as fast as him early, it would be tough. And I want to give them a lot of credit, though, to Deep Flame. I mean, Deep Flame ran just as monstrous, really. Unfortunately, just not as good as the 4. But, I mean, you see a race like that where they're that close to the track record or the stakes record, and they only win by, 2 lengths, 2.5, 3? That's a big effort by both of them.
Senior Officer 3-2. Tip Top Thomas 9-5. A lot of money on the 6. Good luck, everyone. I need TTT. Just break and wire the field. Here we go. The 4 go.
In the 4 go. And Tip Top Thomas, as expected, kicks through on the inside. Him is up close in the early going. Senior Officer and Bring the
They're
Smoke.
lining up,
Those
guys.
4 virtually across the track with T Craft 3 lengths off them and stretch running.
Really.
Crazy Mason has 10 lengths.
This one's going to have to really run,
Tip
guys,
Thomas
to win this race.
And him 1-2 toward the half-mile pole.
Wasn't that fast, though?
The lead is
22 and 3.
for
Not
Tip
that
Top
fast.
Thomas.
You're in a good spot.
Inside Senior Officer who's
Honestly,
in the clear.
I'm not going to say. Actually, I'm not going to say anything. I won't wish it.
And another half dozen to Crazy Mason. 22 and 3 for Tip Top Thomas. Him moving to engage.
I don't like it.
Senior Officer hustled up on the outside of T-Craft as they round the far turn. Senior Officer has taken 3rd. Bring the Smoke losing ground as Crazy Mason starts to pick it up from behind. 45 flat for the half. Him on the outside of Tip Top Thomas.
Got anything
Crazy
here?
Mason getting into the race. He is right behind Senior Officer as they come to the 8th pole. Tip Top Thomas and him running a giant race is up to take the lead, putting away Tip Top Thomas. On the far outside, Crazy Mason keeps coming. T-Craft in between, and
Come
Senior
on, Junior, I'll
Officer,
take the-
wild finish. Him just in front. Him is trying to get there, and he will. Him has won the Forgo. Blanket photo for the
I'll
minor.
tell you what,
Howard.
that's the first time that that's the first time that horse has really ever pressed the leader like that. And Ricardo knew. We talked about it. Ricardo knew what he was doing. And
you knew what I brought out the Ron Moquette situation. You knew he was going to win this thing. By the way, the junior bomb ran massive, and if had a little more room, the 3 might have won that race. 2, 3, 4, or was it 2, 4?
I think it was a very close photo. The horse,
the 6 was actually in between.
It's
either 2, 3, 6 or 2, 6, 3.
I think it was 3, 6, but I could be wrong.
I
try and do my best.
I wouldn't have had him. I have no regrets. I don't know what to say, Matt. He wasn't good enough, and they really went after him. I know the time doesn't say so, but they were lining up there. Him was 9-2. I think. I mean, if Senior Officer got second, that'd be unbelievable because this horse.
It was close, but I think it was 3.
I don't know. I actually don't know. I'll tell you what. I hope it's a 3, because if it's 2, 6, Matt, people could have that exacta.
Correct.
People are not going to have 2, 3.
Correct. That messed a lot of people up.
Yeah, him went off at 9-2, and you're right. Tip Top Times didn't break perfectly, but aggressive ride by Santana. This flat is a form of built, ladies and gentlemen. Catalano said he wasn't going to be in this race. Exactly. Catalano said they weren't going to go here. Built's going to be running the Phoenix, Kyle and Matt, the prep at Keeneland for the Breeders' Cup. This flat is the form of built. I got to be honest. I mean, look, 122.48, correct? Englishman ran a second and a half, 1.7 seconds faster. That equates to about 7 or 8 lengths. Just think about that. Yep. I mean, I know it's a different race. I know Englishman got loose.
But
crazy, right? And these are the supposedly very good older sprint horses. Well, that is a bummer for me. It's not tragic, but it's a bummer. Matt, I don't have any conscious regrets. I like the one. I was smart that I didn't do anything all in or crazy.
Yep.
The 3 did get second, and there's no dead heat. That's okay for me, I think.
Well, whoever has that 2-6 exacta, while they're happy to get something
way down,
it blew up their plan. Whatever their plan was,
correct.
It's not enough money.
And the 2-3 went way down. Someone played, so I guess I'm okay with that. I guess that's a good all button. My instinct was sort of correct. When I knew the 1-1's going winning, I was rooting for Junior, obviously, because that would have really blown up pick 5s and pick 6s, guys. I mean, that would have been unbelievable in that situation. But okay, him a Breeders' Cup dirt sprint threat, Kyle, or just a nice win in the Forgo?
I mean, I'd just go nice win in the Forgo. I mean, look, it's a grade 1 winner. You can't take him away from him. I love a good Ricardo Santana win as well. So fantastic to see him back there. But yeah, I think that's just a nice, grade 1 victory. You know, we can't say that too often. But
by the way, he won the Charles Hunt Classic last night. Thank you, Ricardo. I don't thank you for this win, but I do thank you for last night. Willie Dees, who wired the field and gave me a little score. So a grade 1 and then $1 million Charles Hunt Classic, Kyle. That's a pretty damn good weekend for Ricardo, and he's got more mounts the rest of the day here too.
Yeah, it's not over for him, and he's got some decent mounts too. It's not like he has got complete bombs the rest of the way through. He doesn't have one in the next race, but he does. Who does he have in the? He has Emerging Market in the Travers, which a little outside, but not necessarily completely outside. And then he has the 6-5 favorite than the last that won by 8 1/4 last time. So
people thought his career was over a couple of years ago when he had that crazy stretch of like 1 for 113 or something.
Yeah.
I mean, that's completely in the rearview mirror. It's amazing how things change. He's riding great.
He really is. And you know what? He's riding more for Asmussen too, because he used to be the main go-to and they had a separation, and now he's riding again for Asmussen. You know what, Matt? Obviously, that's not what I wanted, but other than not what I wanted, it's probably a pretty damn good result. In fact, that might end up being a really good result for me in a weird way, because you would think a lot of people in your contest too in Twin Spires used only the 1 and 6. I mean, it looked that way on paper. And if you don't use the 1 or 6, you could have used several others. So very few people are going to have that exacta probably. I mean, I wanted to hit it, but that might be okay for me.
Agreed.
And you. Did you play that race?
No, I think I had a minimum, and I'm sure I lost it. What was that? Race 11? No, I had the 6 to show. How about that? So, well, look, that's $175 back. I mean, forget the 18 it's going to make me or whatever. I just want to get these minimums out of the way and not get taxed too hard. So I could have easily had the 1 as that show bet. I have no idea why I put in the 6, but I'm glad to get back my 175. Let's just see how many people took shots here. And again, with Ways and Means in the next race, this might have been a race where people took some shots with some doubles. So there could be some dead money on the board. That's always really hard to handicap and tell, but okay, we'll see. We'll get this. Once again, this race will go official sometime tomorrow, and and these boards will update at that point.
Ways and Means is a pretty heavy favorite.
Yeah.
In the next race. And actually, Kilwin is taking a ton of money. Wow. Well, we're going to talk about that race. Kilwin Kyle is going to be about the same price as Eclaton. So we're looking at Ways and Means of like 6 to 5 guys, and we're looking at Eclaton and Kilwin like 4 to 1.
I will take my chances with Eclaton, I think. Thank you.
That's what we're looking there. All right. A lot of interesting things. Let's reset this. I'm going to bring us all full screen here, guys. Real full screen. Howard Kravitz, Matt Miller, Kyle Roscoe. We have over 500 people now watching live. I said it's getting closer and closer to the big races. Thank you for watching the HHH Racing Podcast. Please make sure you hit that subscribe button on the bottom right-hand side of the screen on the YouTube channel. We're approaching 8,000 subscribers. Hit the notification bell on the top right on YouTube. And then, Matt, there's a like button. Where is that like button, Matt, on YouTube?
It's down there somewhere. It's the thumbs up button, everybody. And if you hit it twice, you've thumbs up and unthumbs up us. So you really got to make it an odd number, please.
Yes, don't right. Just do it once, everyone. That'll be fine. Let's see.
For 3 years, good luck.
Terry Frank had 1-6. Oh wow, that's tough, Terry. Oh, he had the 3 in second.
Pick.
Tough call. I'll tell you what. What's also weird, if the 3 had won, and if I don't get a BC seat, the 3 that the pick 6 could pay for a BC seat.
Yeah.
If the 3 had won.
Yeah.
I know there's been chalk so far. When you get a 25 to 1 on a big day like this and a pick 6,
boom,
complete blowing up. Of course, I would have to have the other legs too. So anyway, all right. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, is the ballerina, but we are going to go, as I look at my timing, where are we at Woodbine Race 9, Kyle? Because that should be coming up very soon. It's a stake race.
Hold on.
1 minute.
Look at it.
Perfect. Look at this timing. And you know what? Tracks are not running on top of each other. Good job, Tracks. What a miracle.
That is coincidence.
Okay. Probably. By the way, they just showed the prices up there. I think I saw 252 to show for you, Matt. Actually better than I thought it would be. That's because there were prices above it. Yes, we have 1 minute to post race 9. Our good friends at Woodbine, Kyle. Let me bring that up on the screen. Did you have a chance to look at this race, Kyle? This is a stake race at Woodbine. It is, I believe, on the turf. It's the Toronto Cup. It is 1 mile on the turf. It is restricted for 3-year-olds. The favorite right now is the number 7 Final Score for Emma Jane right there on the screen, and Kevin Attard. Chaos Agent for Josie Carroll and Rafael Hernandez is the 4. Did you have a chance to look at this race, Kyle? What are your thoughts in the Toronto Cup?
Give it a quick look. There's a good amount of speed in here, which should be one thing. And it also should be noted that Pietro Moran did stay at Woodbine and didn't go to Kentucky Downs. So
there you go.
He's actually riding the Rapoli horse, the 1 for Kevin Attard, who I think is actually really interesting if he can sit off the pace a little bit. The 4 for Josie Carroll is a horse I thought 6 to 1 was an insane morning line on, just given even though the horse hasn't ran on the grass yet, just the races he's run on the synthetic have been just as good, if not better, than every single horse in this race. But I actually ended up on the 1 here with Teleport. So hopefully Pietro Moran can make the correct decision to stay up at Woodbine.
Good luck to Teleport
Chaos Agent
for Kyle. The Toronto Cup live from Woodbine.
I will say no bets personally for me, but I did pick the one.
They appear ready. They're off in the Toronto Cup, and a nice beginning on the inside for Teleport. And coming,
stop the race.
He's running on time. And
don't stop the race. I lied.
That was too fast.
Come up to join the top two, and they are now 3 across the track from on the rails. Teleport.
Oh, I didn't even see the 7 was also
His
repulled.
Aces on it with a nice spot. On the outside of them, Aretha.
Both previously Pletcher trained horses.
And his Chaos Agent.
For what's worth.
Racing together in front, Powell River being hounded by Final Score. They've scampered away by 6 lengths. On the inside, Teleport running on time. The outer 3 lengths away.
So Emma doesn't.
A length and a half away. As
she's hellbent to go to the league.
So the leaders are now just 3 in front, trying to restrain the pace a little bit. It's Final Score the outside, continuing on with Powell River. They're 3.5 to Teleport. A length and a half running on time. On the rail, Aces Honor. Next to last is Aretha and Chaos Agent at the back. As they head up the backstretch and still in front, Powell River by a neck to Final Score. 3.5 to run. They're 3.5 in front now. 4 again to Teleport running on time. Aces Honor's had a good trip on the inside, and back second last Aretha. The trailer Chaos Agent, they bunch up, and Powell River got the better of Final Score, who looks the first to be dropped off. Teleport goes to second, and running home well, Aces Honor up the inside. Running on time is wide, and Aretha even deeper.
Perfect trip for Rapoli.
The mix. Aces Honor flinging 3 wide, coming after Teleport and Powell River. They share the lead, looking for
He's too close to lead, though.
Going to the front, Teleport, and now Aretha burning home down the outside. The fillies running on. Coming as Chaos Agent after the leader. Aces On has got the lead. Chaos Agent threading through. Fighting back.
Jesus.
As they come to Chaos Agent.
Well, that's the horse I talked about for Josie Carroll.
Toronto Cup.
Rafael Hernandez was not scared to go through that. I'll tell you that.
And then came Teleport running on time.
That horse won. What is that? Oh, 3 to 1. I thought that's at 5 to 1. I'm just.
What a ballsy ride there, Matt and Kyle. The split Rafael Hernandez, saving ground and then splitting horses 3 to 1. Nice score for Rafael Hernandez and Josie Carroll. 4-2-3.
Yeah, 4-2-3-1 on the board, which is about. I'll tell you, Emma Jane she had one thing in mind, and she was going to that lead no matter what it took. Complete meltdown, of course. The 3 actually probably ran the biggest race of them all, was on the lead the entire way. I think, what did you say, finished 3rd, right, Howard, just by a length? So horse ran big, but too much in the end for the first-time turfer. Really nice ride. I really enjoy Woodbine turf, guys. I don't, whether it's on the outer or the inner, I just like Woodbine turf in general. And you know what I also like? I like one of my wonderful co-hosts from Picks and Ponies from Maryland. Pete Visco's here. Pete, how you doing today?
What's up, gentlemen? How's it going?
How are you doing?
I am fantastic. I cut the grass today. I just had some food.
Wow.
I'm ready to roll.
Pete, we have seen some awesome, first of all, great to have you here. We have seen some awesome performances. I know the field sizes haven't been great. Of course, the next 2 races are the biggest and wide open fields of the entire day. Yeah. But I got to get your impressions on what's been an incredible day so far at Saratoga briefly, Pete. First of all, Englishman. I know it's a small field. I don't know if you saw our show when we were on. I jokingly said I don't want to bring up the F word, and I didn't mean the 4-letter profane. I mean Flightline. He's not Flightline, but I'll tell you what, Pete. In terms of dirt sprinters, I know you, me, and Paul have been fans of horses like Elite Power and some others, and Ben Tornado. This horse is really special, Pete, and clearly the Breeders' Cup sprint favorite right now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he was just the way he broke out and sort of he got to the lead so easy, so fast, pulled away early, backed it down. For a second, I wasn't watching you guys because I was outside, but I had to think for about 2 seconds. You're like, man, is this 2 ranging up? Does he have a shot? And he just was like, no,
open him up. Let's go.
Yeah, he's like, all right, get away from me, and then just pulled away. So he's fun to watch. I mean, I guess the only thing would be the problem is there's nobody fast enough to go with him early. That's the only thing is like, hey, is there anyone who could press him early enough to soften him up a bit? But God, he's so fast out of the gate that I don't know if that's ever going to happen.
Pete, he finished 120.71 and he went 45.2 to the half, which is walking for those horses. So he went 108 and change, Pete, for 6 furlongs, then came home in 12-1. And people don't know about fractions and times, when you come home like sub 12.2, sub 12.3 in any race, that's really good. But you see faster closes in turf races, obviously, Pete. They can just accelerate quicker.
Yeah.
12.1 going from 6 to 7 furlongs is absolutely insane. And he did it easily.
Yeah. Yeah, it was super impressive. I mean, we like to see that. I mean, again, I think we thought he sort of laid over the field a bit, but you still like to see the superstars do their thing and come out and dominate sometimes. Not the best for payouts when you're looking at, horizontal plays and stuff. And I think you had I actually turned the show on for about 30 seconds outside, and I heard I think you played like did you play the Englishman over the 2 exacta?
I did. That was actually
like $2 for $1, 2 something.
I paid 2. It basically paid 3. It basically paid 3. It basically paid 3 to 2.
Yeah.
But I did it for $1,200. And speaking of which, guys, here's the updated ExpressBet leaderboard, Matt. Pete, I'll get back to you in a second on now. I want to ask you about now, Miss Pete, in a minute. Your thoughts right now, Matt Miller. I need a top 4. I need top 4 to get a $10,000 BC seat, Matt. And there's 2 races left. Quick thoughts.
I would not try to make my 2,600 stand up. I would be at this point blending both game theory with I would try to get to $3,000, and I don't think you have to. I'd be way more comfortable with $3,000 if I were you, just based on how many positions pay.
Yep.
So I don't think you need to focus on closing more of I would be more focused on putting some distance between myself and the people behind me. I wouldn't be worried about the road in front of me.
My only small regret is instead of doing 500, I could have done a 3. I could have been $200 left less in that double that I lost. I lost the double to Tip Top Thomas Pete for $3,000. That would have gotten me a BC seat.
It's the same. You're in the same spot. The $200.
But yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to make a play, but we'll get into that. So actually, I'm actually in a better spot than I thought I'd be, Matt, to be very honest. I thought I'd be worse. So I'm actually okay with that. Pete, let's real quick. We need to talk about the next race at Saratoga. Now, Miss, was that you picked that horse also on top with me on the show? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, no, I did. Yeah.
And I joked on the show about Euro Trash. I know.
Although what's funny is we said we don't want Pratt to take this horse all the way to the back, and then you're watching the beginning of the race going, okay, this is exactly what we didn't want to happen. But man, that was one of the more impressive closing jobs I've seen in a while. I mean, because at first, about halfway down the lane, I'm like, man, I don't think she could get there. She just left herself way too much to do. But man, she was shot out like a rocket last night, or in that race. So I was like, okay, I guess maybe Pratt knew what he had under him. Hopefully, I mean, she didn't break great, but still, I didn't want her in that spot because the field was kind of spread out too. So it wasn't like they were bunched up and she was in last. She was pretty far back early. Yeah,
that was Kyle's biggest play of the day. That was super impressive. I when she was bet as low as she was, Pete, I gained more confidence. I didn't think she'd be 6-5 there, but she was pounded. They knew, right?
They knew. We like when they know. Kyle, were you sweating a little bit when she was sort of just lingering in the back of the pack, or
you could probably see it on my face.
Yeah.
So it's like
no poker face in this case.
Pete, it's happened to me so many times in the last 3 weeks. I was probably just sitting there like this, like just stone faced.
It figures.
We go again.
Here we go.
And then she did that, and I was very happy, of course. But just helps when you play house money with house money the rest of the day. That always is a good feeling.
That's nice. I like.
There is a inquiry, by the way, Howard, at Woodbine. In that race.
Okay. Oh, really? It's against the winner?
Yep. 4-2-1.
Interesting. All right. Well, we got 2 big races coming up. Just give us an update, Kyle. Go ahead, Matt.
You got 5 minutes till to a big one at Kentucky Downs.
Yes, I know. I got it. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to get to. We'll keep having an update on Woodbine. We got to talk about Kentucky Downs briefly, and then we will go to the Ballerina. This is a race, of course, Kyle, that you talked about on your show. AG Bull at even money. I got to tell you, that might be value. I think he should be. Have a drink, everyone.
Drink.
Okay. Have a drink. No, I think she should be 3-5. Kyle, honestly.
I did too. I said that on the show. I think she's the most likely winner on the entire day. And if she stays somehow at even money, I'm looking at the Will pays right now. $17 to her. Next closest is the 9 at 54 and 58. So even money kind of factors in that realm. And if that's the case, I do agree. I'm waiting for it to pop back up on my screen. She went down to 4 to 5 now, just ticked with 5 minutes to go, but keep an eye on it because if she is even money, I might dabble in that.
Well, it just when you're talking about a 4 to 5 shot at Kentucky Downs, something else worth considering, and I don't normally think this way at all, is it's worth taking a look at the place pool, because with a nice big field, your payout for place might not be that much worse than a 380 payout for win. So it's at least something to consider.
What also we need to consider is someone else's opinion. He's in the background. By the way, Kyle, whenever you need to go, feel free, because our closing shift, but you're welcome to stay on the whole time. It's up to you. Our closing shift is here. Let's bring on. He has not been on Weekend Warriors very often. I think maybe once or twice, from Ben and Boozin and from something, the Ohio State. I can't say the 3-letter word that it starts. Let me go full screen here. Charlie Freeman. Charlie, how you doing today, my friend?
I gotta go now.
Doing well. Yeah, happy to be here. Happy to get to cover some great racing and get to be back on here. And honestly, just really thankful that such a big day of racing happens to line up so early in the law school year that we haven't gotten to the point yet where I'm freaking out and can't make time for this. So I thought had to take advantage for a moment like this to go on. And I'm sure the people have been wanting to see me anyway.
You're a second year. I mean, the pressure is about half of what it was last year. You have to admit that.
I agree. However, and this is my own fault, I'll put this up there, but I did decide to take 6 classes this semester instead of the 5 we normally take. So my workload is a little heavier. So I will put that out there. But no, I think that is, I'm definitely less scared than I was as a 1L.
Yeah,
my brother is going through that right now because he's
it's hard. You're Mad Max in the
I'm stopping the law school conversation. We got big races coming up here, guys. Sorry,
right.
I'm cutting you off. Charlie, Jimmy DeVito wins the last race at Kentucky Downs. Is this all AG Bullet? Does the Euro ever shot? I know the 7 is scratched, who I thought was a little bit interesting, Chloe. The Euro, Sayada Darian, has faced some good horses, but the Euro sprinters in general are nothing special. I looked at the, you guys don't know this, but earlier today I looked at the UK market, Charlie, and this Euro was like a good distance second to AG Bullet. So even those people don't really necessarily think the 8 can win. But the 8 is the clear choice with the 7 out of this race.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, starting off, first off, I don't know if Kyle had gotten to mention it, but shout out to the, Arlington Connections winning the race before. Actually, on our show, I had touted that one out as my bomb in the race before I knew the horse would go from 20 to 1 to 5 to 1.
Of course, I remember.
So actually,
I give you credit, Charlie. I actually said on the show, Charlie mentioned the Jimmy DeVito horse on betting.
Yeah, so I actually am alive, not to a ton, but I did play a double trying to beat the 2 horse. I ended up getting a little cold feet on the 8, which I guess worked out nicely because I only wanted to use 2 horses in my doubles. So I ended up choosing the 11 and the 6 instead of the 11 and the 8. So I have doubles of those 2 into AG Bullet. It wasn't for anything crazy, but also it's 17 and change to 1. So it's a nice way to create a little more value on AG Bullet than having to take her at 4 to 5 even money.
Pete and Kyle, I guess it's a horse race. AG Bullet can lose. In our time, the 9 is very fast, and I think is mainly in there to ensure a fast pace because the 1 is moving on. What's the name of the horse?
Moving on up.
Is also Safi, who by the way is having a big weekend, guys. And the 1 ran nice last time, so you'd think the 9's going to go right. Kyle and Charlie put at least some pressure on the 4 to give the 1 at least an outside shot. Not that the 9 can't win on her own merits, but Safi's got a speed and a closer, so Kyle obviously he's not going to rate the speed that he's got.
No, and Micah Husbands being on the 9, I think ensures that. Micah's a fantastic, and of course, being the nephew of Patrick Husbands, I believe, the blood is obviously there, and he's a very good rider early in his career. But he is very aggressive, so I think him going on the 9 shows that intent. But I mean, even with the 9 there, if AG Bullet with the way this track's been playing, if she just gets out, it's going to be very tough. And I thought the Euro's the wild card because this is another horse that's been somewhat forward in her races overseas. Yep. So it's the matter of how she breaks out of the gate. But the fact that she's sitting around 4 to 1 right now does not install me with a whole ton of confidence. But obviously AG Bullet being her she was always going to have some separation.
Pete, Kenneth Schwartz in the chat, or Kenneth Schwartz. 6-year-old mare may be feeling her age. Look, Father Time is undefeated, Pete. At some point, AG Bullet's going to slow down, but they have campaigned her smartly and they've given her rest. And this is a very big race. This is like her big race of the year, basically, for her, right? In addition to the Breeders' Cup turf sprint, if she goes there. I don't have any questions as to whether she's good enough or ready. I guess my question is there just, will the 9 put too much heat on her, or will she not break great? I don't know. There's things that can happen. To me, this is a very weak field considering this class level and everything. And I wish I could be creative here, Pete. I don't love the Euro. In fact, I think from a betting standpoint, Pete, I would try to beat the Euro in second and play other horses personally.
Yeah, I actually like 4. I like AG Bullet Within Our Time, and I like the 10 Spirited Boss to sneak in there. So those are the 3 I would. That's if you could toss the Euro, maybe even if AG Bullet wins the race, then at least you can get a little bit better prices underneath. Play something cold, maybe. Yeah, AG Bullet. I mean, she loves the track. So that's the one thing. Usually, sometimes you say, oh, there's a favorite. Maybe Kentucky Downs will get the horse. She's 2 for 2 here. She's won this race both times. She's 5 for 5 at the distance. I mean, unless she just got old quick, and it didn't look like it last time. I mean, she ran a bang-up race, losing to Reef Runner, beat John the Beer Man, who came back nice. So
yeah,
there was nothing in that last race that sort of gave you any doubts.
I agree.
So, I mean, I feel like she's just going to come back strong.
They're messing around with Kentucky Downs, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't want to, give the short shrift to the Ballerina. It's a grade 1. I believe this is a win and you're in, by the way, for the Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint as well. So that's what we see on the board. Look at, actually, that's not, let me update this.
Yeah,
because
refresh it.
Yeah, I need to refresh this because Kilwin is taking a crazy amount of money right now. I think I saw 5-2 at one point, which is just unbelievable.
It is a win and you're in, by the way. You are correct.
Yeah, it's a win and you're in. Here are the odds right now. Kyle, your thoughts on what you see in the Ballerina. We will play the sound for the Kentucky Downs race. Let me make this a little bigger. Ways and Means, no surprise, but Kilwin is the second choice over Eccletant. Wow. Kilwin 3-1, Eccletant 5-1, Kyle.
I mean, I know she was off, and I could just end up looking like an absolute moron here. Why is she almost double the price that Kilwin is, being Eccletant? That seems obscene to me. I know she ran a 93, only beat horses, by a head, but she beat Grand Job by the 109 in the Madison, going 7, 6.5 at Gulfstream. She won by 2 3/4. Ways and Means is a deserving favorite, of course, but the fact that, and maybe is it Jose Ortiz? Is it because there's a good amount of pace in here? I thought Kilwin was interesting. I would not bet her at all.
They're going to Kentucky Downs, Kyle.
You're good. Go ahead.
You guys hear it, right?
As fast as
Okay, sorry, Kyle.
You're good. In Our Time's blasting forward.
Ooh,
In Our
one got
Time's going
checked
to
hard.
burn across and lead from AG Bullet, who switches across the heels of In Our Time and is going to sit second on the outside. Time to Dazzle's moving up into a prominent position, and Love Severa's along the inside. Saida Darian in between horses, the green and yellow stripes, and Vina Arana back out wide in midfield, followed by Moving On Up. And a bit further back in the field, then towards the tail, is Jody's Pride as they race down by the 3/8 pole, and Spirited Boss is at the rear of the field. Zeitlos in a midfield position. They have 5/16 of a mile left to go, and In Our Time showing the way. AG Bullet a length back in second position. In Our Time is the leader at the top of the lane, a quarter mile to go. With AG Bullet struggling to bring
In Our Time is just a monster.
In Our Time has snuck away, puts a decisive margin on AG Bullet, who's been left floundering. In Our Time is travelling boldly to the 16th pole in the Kentucky Downs Ladies Turf Sprint, has given nothing else a chance. A smashing performance by In Our Time. Close for second. Time to Dazzle, possibly a nose to Jody's Pride, then Saida Darian.
Wow. In Our Time completely blows out the field, wins by like 4 or 5. AG Bullet broke fine, was in a good spot, gave it up. I think whoever said that in the chat might have been right. That is not shout out to anyone who didn't like AG Bullet. That was not pretty, guys. But In Our Time wires the field. Impressive, Charlie.
Yeah, no, and I had this sneaky suspicion in our time might wire. So to hedge my double, I played a small exacta reverse in it of in our time over AG Bullet. And honestly,
Okay.
I thought the whole way I was fine either way. I thought either AG Bullet, didn't seem like she was working all that hard and was sitting right off. And I thought, not that the 9 looked to be working that hard either, but I thought worst comes to worst, and they just go around the track together. And then instead, the 9 kicked on, and she was just completely empty.
Yeah, that was not pretty. I get people, that might affect the tournament also, Matt, because the Kentucky in the SSBC, because people could have easily laid on AG Bullet there too, which we really didn't talk about. But that it's worth mentioning, right?
I just lost a minimum on a show bet, and I'm sure people that were looking for more lost more. I mean, that especially late in the tournament, as you're looking for a reliable winner, you got this in Ways and Means, and then a killer Travers. So, I mean, there's only so many choices left. So I do have a feeling that hurt some people.
I'm making a bet right now, a small bet, but I feel like I need to make one based on obviously some conversations that have been had here. So on the screen, of course, is the field. You guys, Kyle or Pete, go ahead and lead the conversation for about one more minute. I'm sorry I'm not going to have a chance to show the PPs. Maybe talk about the race flow, Pete and Kyle, with Meta and our disaster here.
Yeah, Kyle, who do you like in here? Did we talk about that yet? Who's your top choice? Eclaton?
I liked Eclaton in here. And I
you think it's the post? That's the post. That's maybe the only thing.
I think that's definitely part of it.
Yeah.
That's kind of baked into the price. But I mean, Beauty Reigns is slow. Our disaster is the fast one. Paradise City should sit a little bit farther behind. So she does have a couple of horses with speed to her inside, but nothing to where she can't just sit, fourth or something like that and be able to get a really nice run at it. Yeah. But I think the trip is definitely playing a part into what is given at 5-1. And again, I think if there's just a lot of speed, which is why Kilwin's being bet down so heavily, and you do get Jose Ortiz aboard too, which a lot of people rightfully so have been following throughout the meet. But again, the fact that if you would have said that Kilwin's 3-1 and Eclaton's 5-1, I would have 120% expected for those horses to be switched.
Yeah, I'm a Kilwin. Kilwin was my top choice, and I expected her to take, because I kept hearing her name a lot, so I kept expecting her odds to drop, but maybe not to the second choice. Charlie, who do you like in this one?
Yeah, I think this one was quite open. I mean, I got knocked out of my ticket earlier. I'd singled Senior Officer. But in my ticket, I'd used Kilwin, Ways and Means, Beauty Reigns, and Eclaton. And in my head, my thought process was, I'm picking 2 of the lower price horses in the 7 and 12, and then 2 longer shots, that could benefit from a pace meltdown potentially with the 8 and 10. And obviously now seeing Kilwin at those odds, I mean, yeah. I know obviously had that incredible effort to get by Ragtime, I believe it was, when Ragtime was a big favorite at Saratoga way back when. But I think 3-1 is crazy. I mean, for a race like this where I don't have a strong opinion, I still think Beauty Reigns is at least worth a look. I know the figures aren't there by any means, but she is continuing to improve in each start, and I think you could do a lot worse for 11-1. And it's obviously nice to still have Junior and Mott linking up together. And I did give Eclaton a look as well. I'm curious Kyle, what you saw, I know you like the horse quite a bit. The only thing that made me a little bit nervous was the post. I mean, I guess it gives Manny the freedom to decide where he wants to go, but I just get a little more nervous when you're caught quite that wide, when you're normally more forward, whereas the 11 will probably tuck in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she's definitely not like a for sure thing by any means. And like I said to Pete, I think the post is kind of baked into the extra little bit of a price you're getting. And I mean, maybe they're just betting on the fact that she regressed last time from that massive number in the Madison to the Chicago, where she only won with a 93 versus a 109. So there's a plenty of things that you could make, the case for her being a little bit higher price, but it's more to the fact that she's almost double the price of Kilwin, which is extremely I think it's just more interesting than anything based on the betting board.
It's a 9-horse field. Was there another? Well, the 3 scratched. That's a late scratch in Muddings Express, I believe. That's a later scratch on when that happened. So, look, the 4 and 6 were really not going to be a factor in this race. The 3 did have some speed. I don't know if the speed is going to quite develop as much as I thought now. Ways and Means is inconsistent, Charlie. I've talked about this horse a lot. She's run some huge figs. She's also run some duds in bigger fields. I don't think she's a sure thing here at all. I'm interested in Kilwin. I don't like the price, though. as she drifts up to 7-2. I think that's with the scratches. I thought she'd more like 5-1, to be very honest. Between the 8 and the 10, they almost have to go here. The one I don't like is Our Disaster. I know it's a horse you know well, Charlie, because she's running South Florida. She's fast, but I'm not sure about the 7, and I don't think she can rate off the 8 and win. I think the 8 would have to break slow, Charlie, and the 10 get loose for the only chance for the 10 to win, in my personal opinion.
No, I completely agree. The 10 for me is a complete play against. I think fair value on that one is probably closer to around 12-1 rather than, but I get why, I think David Aragon is terrific at the morning lines. And I get when you see the 103 and beating Ways and Means, who's widely been seen as the queen of this division, why that's there. But like you correctly pointed out, I mean, you can look at other races. I mean, I know this wasn't at Gulfstream, but even you look in 2025 at Churchill, was sitting right off of reasonable fractions going 6 and couldn't get by. She's very much so one of those horses that has to have it her way. And even if she seems to be sitting that nice, pocket trip right off, and you're like, oh, she doesn't need the lead. She seems to have plenty. She still can't figure it out. And this is as a heavy favorite. And now here is outside the 8, is going to send. There's going to be other speed in here. There's also other competition. The other concern for me, I get that she has the bullet works, but we haven't seen her since May. So maybe she needs to start. And I don't know. And I mean, it doesn't sound like anybody here is really high on her. But I don't think this is exactly the best, find yourself race. This sounds like, if anything, more of a needs it, and probably just Safi taking a shot because he's been aggressive with her to do so. And I just think this is too tough, and maybe she's one that's better to wait to bet again towards the December meet at Gulfstream.
I've made some bets in the contest, guys. I'm basically trying to win $500 in this race. And I'll just say I'm using Kilwin. I need Kilwin to come first or second. If she comes first or second and nothing really weird happens, I'll probably move up about $400, Matt, which I think is very important for me at this point. So, and then we'll see what happens. You don't know what people have hidden in the doubles. It's the Ballerina Grade 1 win you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint live on the HHH Racing Podcast. Frank Miramati with the call from Saratoga.
To load.
Good luck, everyone. Might be a very fast pace with the 8 and 10.
And they're off in the Resorts World Casino Ballerina. And Our Disaster broke out on top, joined immediately by Maida. Those two are head and head for the lead. And Echo Sound now comes through to take second. Ways and Means perfectly spotted.
Perfect trip for Ways and Means, guys.
Outside of her. Then Grammy
They're
Girl,
flying.
followed by Paradise City, 3 lengths clear of Beauty Reigns, and Stretch running Kill.
Having a third speed horse in the mix really boosts the pace up here.
Well, you had to figure, because isn't Echo Sound the same barn as the 2? So you had to figure that one's in there to try to help.
Pursuit second, Echo Sound third. Ways and Means now starting to accelerate in fourth.
Killen's got to get going, guys.
Clear of Paradise City through a half that went in 44.
Really, we're not going to be so far behind Paradise City.
Beauty Reigns starting to roll from behind, as is Kilwin. Ways and Hill, the front runner at the top of the. She is up to take the lead, heading to the 8th pole. Beauty Reigns continues a stellar rally down the racetrack, but it's Ways and
I'll take this exact. I get it for second.
Yeah. Performance. This is her house. Ways and Means absolutely crushes them in the Ballerina. Kilwin was second. Then it's
I couldn't be more wrong. This horse is going to be running till next Tuesday, just for everyone out there.
Big one. Big one.
I just want to say, by the way, Beauty Reigns also ran pretty damn huge for the the horse I ended up landing. I didn't end up having the Stones put a win bet, but I had a little bit of a minor show just in case somebody.
Did she
else
get third, Charlie? Did she get? I couldn't tell.
I don't know if she did or didn't. I thought she did. I mean, I only had like $10 on her to show.
Tell you what, she does love Saratoga. I will. She does love Saratoga.
It was. I also don't want to say not to poo-poo on her at all, but that was an absolutely perfect ride. I mean, she was in the perfect spot.
Everything.
No, Ways and Means was absolutely fantastic. 122 final time. That's the good Ways and Means. Perfect. 7-11. 11, I believe. 7-11. That race held to form. We knew it would be fast. Good call, Charlie. You and I in Our Disaster. That was a ridiculous odds that she was based on the pace scenario. She's a nice horse, but based on the pace scenario, Kilwin, interesting on the backstretch. Jose let the 11 get ahead. There's a lot of bumping early. let the 11 sort of get ahead of her, and boy, she was really far back. I don't think the plan was to have the 2 that far back and last. I didn't think the 2. In fact, on our show, Pete, remember Barry, like I said, geez, I hope she's not that far back, and she was way out the back. Good ride.
She had no shot. She had no shot.
No, it was a good ride by Jose to sort of weave through Pete and get second, although she had to work hard for it. Ways and Means was 2 to 3 lengths better on paper, ended up being that way. Matt has a cheeky grin. Very good for your contest, I'm assuming.
Actually, I got contest spooked. I did a minimum show bet and hauled off with the most amount of cash I was comfortable betting and just better to win. So yeah, this was a great day. All good.
I actually went 212 only in my pick 6, guys, because if Ways and Means won, like, it's not paying anything, right, with Englishman. So I purposely did that. I Am Alive in the pick 5. It's not going to pay much either. Nothing really horizontally is paying much at all, Kyle, today, really, or Pete, right? I mean, it's hard to make money today, to be very honest.
No, go ahead,
with bigger prices, unless you just
there's nothing.
Something.
We've had nothing. I mean, what was the 9-2 shot? Was the long price in this sequence so far?
And it sort of felt that way though today, didn't it, guys? I mean, honestly, like there could have been an upset there. There wasn't. Maybe the Travers, I think, is a pretty open race, but it did feel that way. That doesn't mean the racing is not outstanding. By the way, Matt, I had it's not a lot, but it was, I think it's 7-1. I had a $75 exacta there. I should be up to around 26-ish. I'm probably gonna have to play the last race anyway. I had a win bet on Kilwin, ladies and gentlemen, and then I had exactas Dutched, Ways and Means, and Eccleton over Kilwin. So I went chalky. I could have played more, but I didn't really feel like I wanted to. I sort of wanted, because there's hidden doubles, right? So I would like to see what happens now, because there's hidden doubles. So I'm not really happy the Ways and Means won, to be very honest, but it is what it is. Pete, is this horse just, I mean, is this your Breeders' Cup filling mare sprint favorite? I think there's a lot of really talented horses, by the way, in that division. That's going to be a fun race.
I mean, if they move the Breeders' Cup to Saratoga, sure. But I don't think that's happening. So I don't know. I mean, we've seen horses who just when they're on a certain track, they're just unbeatable. She also got a perfect trip behind a hot pace.
Perfect trip.
Go ahead, Matt.
So it's interesting. AG Bullet at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah.
Ways and Means at Saratoga. One did exactly what you said, and one didn't. I mean, it's go figure.
Yep. Yeah.
Has Ways and Means
Kentucky Downs is funny too. Go ahead, Howard. Go ahead. Has
Ways and Means run at Keeneland? That's what I'm looking up right now. I don't know.
I don't think so.
This is all of her races. She has not run at Keeneland.
Nope.
And she's now 6 for 7 at Saratoga, Pete, with a second. I mean, my Lord. That's
jokes right themselves.
That's really good.
Not that it has anything to do with they're not similar tracks at all, but she's 0 for 3 in Kentucky. So 0 for 3 at Churchill. Not that has anything to do with Keeneland, but it's still just a funny coincidence.
Charlie, true or false? Ways and Means after this race is a bet against in the Breeders' Cup filly and mare dirt race.
I mean, I gotta say true, unfortunately. I don't think that she's the same animal and she's not at Saratoga. I mean, I know we all, not all of us, I guess I still had her on my tickets and thought she made sense, but I know, some of us, and to be fair, made good points that maybe she would be over the hill and over bet here and wouldn't fire, but obviously ended up doing so in a big way. It's just what concerns me is, again, Saratoga's her track. She also got the exact setup she needed. She got a perfect ride and was spotted in the perfect spot. She was still the best horse that day, but you're banking on all those things happening again next time. Maybe it's slightly less ideal and that costs her another length or two, which would still be enough to win. But then again, you also have to factor in that it's not the track that she loves. And, the reality is I don't want to limit her to only saying she's a horse for course, but also coming to this race, she's 6 for 12 in her career and 5 of them are at Saratoga. So it's hard not to acknowledge that.
I mean, you look at the odds overseas right now. I mean, she's definitely would be the favorite. I mean, who second choice is Explora right now, or no, actually, Sweet Azteca, Explora. I mean, Mashallah looked good.
Mashallah is very fast.
Yeah,
guys.
Mashallah is good. I mean, there's nobody.
There's other ones. Aren't there other
scary.
ones I'm not thinking of? There's got to be other ones. No,
not odds wise. They had Eccleton at 15-2.
Okay.
Unless this is just missing someone that I can't. Splendora they have on here, but. I don't know. There's nobody here that super scares you, so I would think
Okay.
she's going into it the favorite. I assume she runs once more before the Breeders' Cup, we imagine, right?
Yeah, I think she'll go. That's a
To the-
TCA, or
yeah, something. Right. I never know. I'm not
is
good
the
at that.
TCA the one in the fall or the spring at Keelan? I always.
I'm
Kyle,
not good at
which
the
one's the
memory.
filly mare one? And is that the TCA or is it?
I believe the TCA is in October. I'll double check myself.
All right, he'll look it up. I'll tell you what, based on the fact, Matt, that she hasn't run at Keelan, I would definitely go there. I know that usually she preps in New York. Like last year, she prepped in the Gallant Bloom last year at Belmont. I think Chad would be very smart to run her Keelan in a prep. Personally,
Saturday, October 3rd, Howard, TCA.
Yeah, I agree.
6.5 furlongs.
I would want to race over that track. And I do think at 1.2 to 1, this was probably the last time this was going to be a really bettable horse. That's my guess.
Yeah, I would. A lot depends on the post and the whatever. If she's the favorite right now, I don't know why we're poo-pooing her. It feels disingenuous. Not disingenuous. Yeah. It feels a little bit disrespectful, Pete. I mean, okay, she got a good trip. Didn't she put herself in that spot? And she just beat that field, which I thought was a decent field, easily. I mean,
yeah,
maybe,
I don't
maybe
know
we're giving her a little short shrift.
Well, she's raced what? This is her 5th race in the last 2 years. 3 of them were, well, I wouldn't say the last one was awesome, but from a figure standpoint, it was. So 3 of the last 4 are pretty awesome. And then the one she just got, she was chasing a horse who got away on the lead and just couldn't get there that day. So yeah, maybe we're thinking of the older her a little bit, and maybe she's not as inconsistent as we think she is anymore.
Matt, I would have bet more, but I bet the amount that I bet in this race in the contest, if I lost and the guy in 4th, who also was the guy in 1st, sat, I would still have about a $40 lead. I know there's a lot of people behind me, but I didn't want to give up my top 4 spot in this race. Maybe that's not to bet more to get more higher. Maybe that's not the right thinking, but if I lost it, I didn't want to follow the top 4. So I didn't get to 3,000 with this race, but I did move up dollar wise. So again, these things are so tricky, Matt. You can always second guess yourself.
They're so tricky, and it just feels to me like, based on the leaderboard of your contest, it feels like you've been on a collision course with the Travers all day long. That it was going to come down to this, and we can talk in a minute when we see the board about whether you have to go all in or can justify something less. But it just seemed to me that in the absence of a high conviction play that you were dying to make in the last few races, it was going to come down to strategy at the end. And so, okay, let's see how we do.
Matt, I'm at 27.55, guys. That they'll update the leaderboard. I'm at 27.55 for my total. And again, ladies and gentlemen, trying to get a top 4 in a BCC. But you know what, Matt? It was going to come down to the Travers anyway. I mean, almost every contest.
Almost everyone does. That's correct.
I'll have some serious decisions to make, gentlemen, but I'll have plenty of time for that. I'm looking at my schedule. I think we're going to take a quick break, guys, because the only races that we have to discuss really from here on out is Del Mar race 4, which race 3 just went off, and then the Travers, which is scheduled to go off in how much time here?
30.
In half an hour. I think it's a great time to take a quick break, guys. So let's do that. I could use a quick break here. So I'm going to set up the screen here. Again, thanks for watching. By the way, we have almost 700 people watching live right now on the HHH Racing podcast. The Travers is coming up, ladies and gentlemen, half an hour. But what I'm going to do on the screen is set this up. We're going to take a very short, about a 2-minute break. Let them stretch their legs, get a beverage, use the washroom, whatever people have to do. Let me put that banner on the screen right there. You guys can feel free to take yourselves off the screen, and we will be back in about 2 minutes. Don't go away. This is the HHH Racing Podcast Weekend Warriors Travers Edition. We'll be back, everyone. Go ahead and mute everyone, please, also. All righty, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Host Howard Kravitz here with co-host Matt Miller, Pete Visco, Kyle Roscoe, and Charlie Freeman will be back in just a moment. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, this is the race we've been waiting for. We are about 28 minutes, I believe, away from the biggest race of the day, one of the biggest races of the year, and I think for sure the biggest race of the entire summer. It is the Grade 1 $1.25 million Midsummer Classic, the Travers from Saratoga. And guys, this is going to be a fantastic race as we have 26 minutes to post. We got plenty of time to go through the entire field. It's been a relatively chalky day, Matt, but as we expected, there's some serious star power with a lot of exciting action.
Yeah, and I do think a fair number of favorites have won, but sadly for those of us, hey Paul, how are you?
We got Paul Halloran. Paul, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, Matt, I have to interrupt you. We got something much more important on the screen here. In fact,
I don't know about that.
I don't know if you had to say it that way, but
I'm going to bring
I disagree with that.
Front center. Paul looks like a gorgeous day there today. Describe the atmosphere. We're about 28 minutes to the Travers, my friend. Paul's live at Saratoga in the paddock, ladies and gentlemen.
As you know, it's a big paddock, and it's a good thing because it's there's a lot of people here. The vibe is really good. The weather is a 10. You would hate it, Howard. There's nothing to complain about the weather. It's actually it's lit a 10. It's like 78, sunny, and no humidity. So it's
Beautiful.
Been great. It's been a good day, and some long shots, some favorites. We'll see what happens here. Ways and Means is really, a Saratoga horse for course who's in really, really good form right now. Chad just said he will train her up to the Breeders' Cup. Oh, look who's here, Jackson Muniz.
Hey, Jackson. How you doing, my friend? That's interesting, Paul. We were talking about whether Ways and Means would go to the Gallant Bloom. What's up, Jackson? We can't hear you, actually.
I gotta get
what's up, Jackson?
Well, you can't hear him.
Oh, you can't hear us.
No, because he's got the
Okay. Well, anyway,
when you have an 80-year-old man trying to figure out technology, it doesn't always work.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go, Jackson. Hey, Jackson, real quick. Jackson Muniz, of course, does a great job on our Pacific Horse Players show. He's also tournament director. I'm not sure what exactly the official name of NYRA Bets, but tournament director, I believe. Doing a great job as always there, Jackson. Describe the day. We've seen some serious star power. It's been a little bit chalky, but wow. Have we seen some performances?
Look, what's better than this? We got a beautiful day here at Saratoga. We got all these Grade 1 races, and we've seen the best horses in the country do their thing. It's been incredible. And now we're here at the Travers, best race of the day, biggest race of the day with this wide open field, and I'm fired up for it, man. It's gonna be good.
I can tell before we get your
we got the Derby winner, we got the Preakness winner, we got the Belmont winner, we got the Haskell winner, we got Indiana Derby winners, we got everything. What more do you need? Ohio Derby, we got the Curlin winner. This is awesome. I can't wait.
Hey, we got a maiden, Jackson, who's won $700K.
We got a maiden that's made almost $1 million. It's just what's better than this, man?
Hey, Jackson, real quick, before we get your Travers opinions, any quick thoughts on either Englishman, Namis, or just any horse you saw today that completely blew you away? I mean, pick one, right? There's several.
Englishman. I mean, is he the best horse in the country? I would not argue with anyone that says that. Any distance, any service. I'm not saying he is, but I'm not saying he isn't. He is the goods.
Jackson, I don't want to upset a friend of yours, but I brought up the F word when Englishman won, and not the 4-letter F word, but I mean he's not Flightline, but I'll tell you what, he is special, Englishman.
Yeah, that first step, he's like a quarter horse out of the gate. I think that's what's craziest. He was up 4 lengths on that field in the blink of an eye, and there's some sprinters in there.
Before we get Paul back on, and we appreciate you jumping on, Jackson. I know you're busy. Thanks for joining us. Give me your thoughts on the Travers. I'll tell you what, right now the odds, and we haven't gone through the field yet. We're about to do so. I understand that Golden Tempo is very accomplished, and he's exciting, and people love him. 9-5 to me is just way too low on this horse in this field. Your thoughts on the odds on Golden Tempo right now at 9-5.
Yeah, with Golden Tempo, it feels like, look, he's way the horse to beat, I think. But it feels like you really missed the wedding with the Derby, and it feels like you missed the honeymoon with the Belmont, and now he's 9-5 in a race where he's got no speed figure edge, and he doesn't project to get a great pace setup. Is he the horse to beat? Yeah. Can he win? Of course. But do I want to bet him at 9-5 in here? I'm good. I'll let him beat me again.
Yeah, me too.
Give me your thought.
Yeah,
We're good at it.
we've had a lot of practice.
Yeah, we're good at it.
Yes.
Give me your top three, Jackson, in the Travers. We'll swing it back to Paul.
I don't like the favorites in here. I'm going to go with Leading Change for Brad Cox. I think he's ultra talented. They're doing very uncharacteristic things from this barn, putting him in spots where he doesn't necessarily have to do. They could have taken their time with him. They could have brought Commandment here, but they didn't. They're like, no, we got a different horse that might be even better. The Indiana Derby field has come back to be a pretty good race. I think this horse might be really good, and he's projects to get a really good trip tucked in just beyond his speed, and he's getting bet in these will pays too, which is a good sign to me because he's not going to get bet in the win pool. So I'm going to have a nice little healthy win bet on him.
Nice. And who you got second and third?
The Chad horse. What's his name?
Sea Strike.
Sea Strike. You would think I would know that. I have him, and then I have the other Chad in third too, Emerging Market, who I think you can kind of make the case. He's had 2 trips back-to-back that were just not good. Wide, each and every turn. Last time against Older, I actually thought he ran okay. And now he's got a cozy inside post. We'll see.
You know what's interesting in the last comment, Jackson? In the pick 5 will pays, Sea Strike is actually the favorite over
He's the favorite in every pool.
Yeah, so I mean, Sea Strike's taking a ton of money, so interesting to see what happens. Jackson, we'll swing it back to Paul. Thanks for joining us, my friend.
Yep.
Enjoy the Travers. Paul, give me your thoughts on the Travers. If we can get some horses in the paddock a little bit later, I know they're not there yet. I know you're a big fan of Sea Strike, Paul. You wrote an article about Sea Strike for the Saratoga Special, and as we just said, he's favorite in almost all the multis, just not on the board right now.
Yeah, which I hate, by the way. I hate having the wise guy horse because you end up being a wise ass. But I am alive to him in a pretty good double, and I think that's like 10-1. So we'll see. I like him, but I like many. And Jackson. I'm looking for a new face from this 3-year-old crop. Like Jackson said, Golden Tempo's beaten me twice. He can beat me again. No problem. I'll applaud, and we'll move on. But let me just say this, and not because I'm a huge fan of the horse, but how much does Bookham Dano win that race by if he didn't have to scratch? That would have been an absolute tour de force. I mean, no disrespect to those horses, but the way that race was run in his style, oh, my God, those guys got to be sick. I feel bad for those guys.
Paul, I think Built wins that race by 2 if they decide to go there. I know that Built beat him last time. Why wouldn't Built win that race again?
Yeah, it's just too bad. It's just
it is too bad.
It's a tough game. It's all systems go.
Yeah.
And then all systems not go. So.
Hey, Paul, last question. I'll let you get back to the paddock. I was trying to describe to Kyle and Matt and fans at home what casting in your stall means. Can you explain what happened to Bookham Dano?
I don't know a ton about it, but as I understand it, look, there's an old saying: horses spend all their time trying to figure out how to kill themselves. Okay,
they do.
And I think
really
it just,
do.
I think it just kind of amounts to maybe getting stuck on the wall, on the stall.
Right.
I don't
Right.
know a lot. I will tell you this, and I'm no Maggie Wolfendale, but I was there when the horse came off the van yesterday morning, and he could not have looked any better. Derek Ryan said the workout 2 back was the best workout he's ever had. Jay Briccione, the owner who we've had on a few times, said both of the last 2 workouts, he was especially impressed with the gallop out, so I know you would like that, Howard. Something happened overnight, and, looks like I'm going to Belmont on week. I can't go opening weekend, but looks like I'm going on weekend number 2.
What about the walk back, Paul? Was the walk back good too? Not just the gallop out?
Well, they don't. Only for the races do they do the walkout.
That's
Kyle.
true.
Not
My
walk back,
apologies.
not for the workouts.
All right, I want to show the leaderboard, Paul, and then we're going to talk about the race. So we'll come back to you in a little bit. After the race, we'll come back to you, or not necessarily?
I'll try to come back on. We'll see what happens.
Okay, great. Thanks, Paul Halman, reporting from the paddock. Appreciate it. All right, here we go, guys. Here is the current leaderboard right now. Look who moved up.
Oh boy,
Skippy. Skippy jumped ahead of me and is gonna probably get a seat there. I'm in third, guys. Oh boy, Matt. I need top 4. I have a $400 lead, which is not real comfortable, especially based on people behind. Are we still thinking 3,000, Matt?
I would amend that to 3,900 now.
Oh boy. Okay.
Every one of those people that you see with $1,900, with $1,700 is going to bet it to win on a 3-to-1 shot.
Yeah.
And so, maybe a couple people will Dutch or do some exactas with multiple horses, but those people didn't get to this spot in this tournament to do nothing. So go ahead.
No, I want to focus on the race. I know a lot of people want to hear about this race.
Hey, wait, real quick, Howard. Hey, Matt, you assume there's a bunch of doubles live too because of who won the last race?
Yeah, for sure.
Very good chance of that, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how to account for that. And that's why
you can't really account for it. There's nothing you can.
Right.
Yeah.
So you set your target, you decide what you think you need, and you go for it, and you kind of revise your target as you go. And just based on how the days progressed, I'm still thinking 3 people. I don't know if Skippy's safe or not. He's the one that's, I think, in a tough position to figure out what he should be doing here. But I think anyone else, it's obvious. You got to get past Chris.
All right, let's get to the Travers. We're going to end our contest conversation for after this race. Go ahead, Kyle.
I was going to say one more thing before we head directly into the Travers. I know I keep pushing it back.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Tuckles, you better have bet that, by the way, at Kentucky Downs. You better have bet that.
Wait, did it go? Oh, no.
Who won?
You, Jass.
Unreal.
Charlie's best bet that he gave out.
Good.
Charlie's best bet that he gave out at 10-1 on our show.
I thought that race was at 625.
What were the odds, Kyle? What were the odds?
10-1.
Oh,
10-1.
a tipsy play, Jazz. All right. Congratulations to anyone who had Jazz tipsy play. All right, moving on, guys.
Tom, that was. Oh, wait. Oh, Patrick also had it? I didn't know that.
All right, Travers, guys. Travers. Here we go.
Oh,
2-1 Golden Tempo. Renegade Sea Strike 7-2. Napoleon Solo is at 8. Let's quickly go through the field. I'm going to have each one of you guys talk about each horse very quickly. Matt, do you want to be a part of that, or should we skip you?
Skip me, please.
Okay. Kyle, emerging market for Chad, was a very popular horse early, has just not really come around, but he is in here with the Red Hot Santana.
I love you, dude. Matt, you're so funny. You're so funny. I love it. Look, he absolutely has he's shown that he has the talent to be with this group. Just, I don't know if he gets in his own head, if he's just if he's young. Ricardo hops aboard here, which of course you'd imagine he'd be a little more aggressive, try to secure some position from the inside. He's going to have to improve at least more than what other horses are going to have to improve to win this race.
Yep.
I think it's going to be tough, but the price is probably right to take a shot if you do like him.
Number 2, Leaning Change, Pete, is a fascinating horse in my opinion. You just heard Jackson. It's his top pick. It's a lot to ask. Third starts, got to go 1.25 miles, gains weight. However, should sit off Napoleon Solo, Pete, and to me is a very interesting long shot, if not at least underneath.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got a good chance just from the trip. I mean, when you're trying to beat two of the two at least logical horses to beat are deep closers. When you're trying to beat them, you tend to want a horse who's going to get the jump on him, and I think he's the one who could do it. We have no idea if he's talented enough. We'll see today, and unfortunately, you won't know until today.
Charlie, Napoleon Solo is a popular pick by people who like speed. It's Johnny V on an 8-1. 2 questions, Charlie, quickly. Is he talented enough? Can he get the distance?
I think when he's working well and healthy, as much as I, didn't want to admit it because this was a horse I've been against, he absolutely has enough talent to compete with pretty much anyone in here. In terms of whether he can actually get the distance, to me, I don't think he naturally can. However, we always talk about expecting all this pace to build up. And I think if for whatever reason they let this horse get loose, I think he can make up for the inability to get the distance by having softer fractions.
I think Sea Strike is a major factor in Napoleon Solo's success to win, because if Sea Strike doesn't break guys and Napoleon Solo gets loose, I think he could win. I personally don't think he wants 1.25 miles. The Puma is 10-1, Kyle. I've never been a huge fan of this horse, and I think what we've seen out of the South Florida circuit with Chief Walby and Commandment, maybe those wins down in Florida aren't quite as good, Kyle, as we originally thought with the Puma.
Yeah, as my tear rolls down my face.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, nah, it's fine. It's past. It's sailed past this point. I'll bet him in the Pennsylvania Derby when he wins by 3. But I think you're exactly on the right track, Howard. I mean, he kind of showed it in the Haskell. They didn't go necessarily too fast in the Haskell. You see 48-1 up on the board. The slop could also be an indication, but he really didn't run that well in the Haskell. He's going to have to get somewhere back. And you mentioned the Florida Derby might just be better on paper than it actually was, and that kind of has shown itself over the last couple months. So if the pace does heat up, which paper it doesn't seem like it, somehow shows up, he absolutely could be running. I like Castellano on a horse like this. Just, again, I think the odds are just stacked a little bit against him.
Pete, you know I was going to go to you and Renegade, my friend. 7-2 feels a little cold. I suppose if you're a Renegade fan like you are, you're ecstatic with 7-2. Look, there's a lot of things to like. I still am a little worried about Tyler at 1.25 miles. You're keeping the faith, my friend. He's got a real shot, obviously.
Yeah, the public doesn't know squat, so I don't really worry about if he's cold on the board. So that's not anything to be concerned about. Yeah, as we talked about on the show, I need Tyler. Tyler needs to run this horse and get the trip like Irad got him last time, where don't try and be cute. Don't try and get him into it a little early. Wait. Be patient. Make one run. If he makes one run, he wins the race. That's it.
Okay. His one run, Pete, will be better than the one run from Golden Temple, in your opinion?
I mean, I think they're both going to be closing. I like the two. I like them too. So I'm chalking it theoretically.
I'll talk about Oselli because I've actually been the knucklehead in the show that's picked him a few times. I'm not picking him today. He's a cool horse. He's won 840,000, never won a damn race. If it heats up, he can close and get a piece, but he's not good enough. He's 45-1. Sea Strike, Charlie, is a horse that I saw in person along with Noah Maher. Chad has just said a lot of really good things about him. He's extremely talented. He does have to get another 1/8 of a mile, but he's been working unbelievably, and figures just set a great trip, Charlie, off of Napoleon Solo.
Yeah, no, I think those are a lot of fair points. For me, a horse, though, that I sort of see him as right now is a horse that he actually destroyed last time out, and that's Chief Wallaby. You know, a horse that was the wise guy horse, buzz horse that everybody likes, works incredibly well in the mornings, and ends up getting bet by everybody to the point where it goes from the wise guy horse to just over bet. And I think that's where he's at right now. Obviously, he's incredibly inexperienced with only 3 starts. He seems to be rapidly improving, took that big start. I don't think he wants the distance. I could be wrong. For me, he's going to be what I'm against. But at the same time, he has a number that nobody else in this field has hit before, and only his 3rd start. So there's certainly that upside that who knows how capped it could be. And you have to figure Chad thinks he has a chance at the distance. He wanted to throw him in here.
Chad likes him a lot. And again, we've talked about this, and Kyle and Matt and Charlie. No one's really blown you away with Speed Fix this entire year. Someone should be stepping up. Baby Vino for Paco. This horse upset Napoleon Solo last time. Interesting enough, Vargas was on Baby Vino when Paco was on Napoleon Solo. Now Paco's on Baby Vino. Very interesting side note there, Kyle. Vino Rosso and Discreetly Mine. I mean, there's definitely breeding here. I need to see it again, my friend. But he's definitely improving, and you're getting a price with a guy that knows how to win big races.
Well, that's what I was going to say, right? It's kind of a see you again angle. I absolutely love that this horse, again, Lindsay Schultz, local connections. It was fantastic that they won last time. And again, this was a whole hoopla earlier in the week on Twitter, but I don't like the jockey switch back to Paco. And in Andrew Rosinski's own words, it would truly be fitting for Paco Lopez if he showed off Napoleon Solo. And who Andrew Rosinski picked on top was Napoleon Solo. He also gave that out earlier on the show. Would be for Napoleon Solo to win and get that type of karma, I guess you could say. He's going to have to show it again to me, though, to be bet. Although, again, 18-1 coming off 100 buyer, that could well and truly be a good enough price for a lot of people.
And the last horse, Golden Tempo, not favored in a lot of the exotics, is 2-1. Took a lot of early money. I still think 2-1. That's probably, I think she's more like 5-2, Pete. Look, he's beaten your horse. He's beaten a lot of good horses. The mile quarter is not a problem. Is there enough pace in this race? He also missed the Jim Dandy. Yeah. There's questions to answer at 2-1 for sure, Pete.
Yeah, there's questions, but I think the biggest thing is out of every horse in the field, he's going to be running that last 16th of a mile, and he's going to be running his best race that last 16th, most likely. So the question is, do the horses that are ahead of him, do they get away? And can they get away from him enough to where he's going to be running him down? The point is how far he has to go. But I think he's a logical favorite. I think we shortchange him because of the buyers, and he's not flashy and all this. But at 1.25 miles, this horse is the best horse in the field. So he deserves to be at least 2-1.
It's a great race. We've got a lot of people in the chat.
By the way, you slept on Silent Tactic. You just threw him out.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. It's been a long show. Silent Tactics 24-1, the 10 horse. Ran a nice Jim Dandy, I thought, last time, Charlie. Pressed the pace. Second off the layoff, sort of, getting no attention, including from me accidentally. Mark Cassie, Saez, 25-1. That seems awfully high to me.
Yeah, I think what makes it a little surprising is to see how well he's ran against Renegade in the 2 times they faced each other, and for him to have had the injury issues he had and then come off the layoff like that and fight as gamely as he did and not fall, not finish far behind Commandment, who obviously was the one to give Golden Tempo his biggest threat. It just seems to me that if you're not going the angle, of someone who's trying to go with C Strike or, one of these other fresh faces, and you really believe in that race, in the Jim Dandy, or you believe in the Belmont and where these common horses have been facing each other. If you really like a horse like Renegade, it's hard to think Silent Tactics should be this much times the price that he is. I mean, you'd have to figure maybe closer to like 15-1, 12-1 would be more fair if you really believe in Renegade. I
just feel like you look at him, Charlie, and think a lot of people look at him and think he can't win, whereas some of the others you can make a case for them to win. But I think he could hit the board for sure. No, I mean, it's a nice price underneath for sure.
All right, guys, here's what we're going to do, because I have to make I'm involved in a very important contest here, ladies and gentlemen. Kyle, I'm going to let you and Pete sort of bring up people in the chat, etc. for about 2 minutes. I'm going to take myself off screen. Pete and Kyle, just go ahead and do a round table, whatever you guys discuss, as we're about 4 minutes away from the Travers. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Everyone, stay right here. Don't go anywhere.
Boss is away. The boys will play, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time to have some fun.
So what's he going to do? Hold on. What's he going to do?
Again, his whole thing about this entire day was C Strike. So it has to be something. The question is, obviously there is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, or I'm going to ask you the question. Is the next race a part of this contest, or does it end? It ends here?
The contest he's in, I think, ends here. So there's a couple on Twin Spires that keep going. The bigger one ends here. It's a little bit, you got to look at all the rules today, but I think this is it for him. I can't wait to see if, and this is not a critical comment, I want to see if he bets the whole wad or not necessarily on the same horse, but whether, and I'm just going to make it up. What does he have? $3,000, whatever.
2,700, yeah, something like that.
All right. So if he puts 1,700 on C Strike and 1,000 worth of exactas with him to come in second, okay. I mean, I'm not saying that every dollar has to be pointed in the same direction.
Yeah.
But I'm curious to see if he leaves himself with, maybe he's going to bet $1,000 to win on C Strike and then say, I'm going to go home with $2,000 and a profit no matter what. Let's see what he says. I don't know.
No, and the thing is, Matt, right, with a horse like 7-2, right, you have that leeway to be able to play where, what is he? You said 3,900, right? So he needs to gain $1,200 in this race. So, and it's a very interesting contest betting perspective, because you talk about all the time, go all in. But when a horse is 7-2 and you only need $1,200, it's not necessarily just all in on a win bet. The mitigation of the risk is, I think, the biggest question here.
Yeah, and he's in a good position where, okay, it's kind of like putting in a scramble. You can hit the putt a little harder than normal because you got people behind you that'll. Well, he needs to hit the putt a little harder than a normal putt. I think you definitely don't want to leave it short. But like you said, I don't think he needs to go all in, and unless he wants to protect himself with exactas, I'm predicting just a medium-sized win bet. We'll see.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. Ladies and gentlemen, on the bottom left-hand side of the screen, I put a poll up. All you have to do is type 1, 2, 3, or 4. Of course, if you like any other horse besides Golden Tempo, C Strike, and Renegade, you put a 4. Golden Tempo is 1, C Strike is 2, Renegade is 3. Uno, dos, and tres in the chat. Put it in there. Let's see who you guys like to win the 2026 edition of the Travers.
Boy, it's like
Matt, who
watching
do you like to win? We haven't asked you yet.
I'm actually with you on Renegade.
Nice. There's one smart person on the screen.
I'm hoping to see a repeat of the Derby with these two just rolling down the outside, fighting it out again, and
rolling it.
I happen to be a believer in general that a half length here and there is the equivalent of nothing. And so I look at that Derby and think those two horses won. You know, I get it. One of them did beat the other, but those were both winning races. And yeah, this feels like a rematch. This is a good one.
I like it. Charlie, did you say your pick? I don't remember.
No,
I'm
putting bias aside, and I genuinely do believe it. I'm sticking with Golden Tempo until someone proves me otherwise. I think a lot of good points were made about Renegade. I think he makes sense. I have a feeling that what Pete's hoping for is Renegade's best interest, which is to make the one run and not try to get cued and move him up too soon or whatever. I think what we saw an example of in the Derby, where Golden Tempo was even further back and had to go even wider than him, and what we got to see as well, in the Belmont, where he had to make up ground in him. I think he is the stronger kick and better late run, and I think he's going to.
Yeah, I mean that's the if you like Golden Tempo, again, you assume he's going to be running the best late. It's just the point of whether he can get there.
Yeah,
we got a lot of great comments, ladies and gentlemen. Again, there's so much riding on the line, guys, for me to say exactly what I'm doing, because again, this is $10,000 that I can win. That means a lot to me to get a seat for the Breeders' Cup for the BCBC. I will say this, everyone. I bet every dollar. I'm all in.
We were brainstorming what you were going to do.
I know, I heard. I know Matt's happy about that. I'll just put it this way, guys. Dutch win bets on obviously more than one horse. And Matt, you'll be happy. There's two other horses I bet on the side in win bets.
Love it. Nice job.
So you know what, guys? I'm here to, for people who don't know what we're talking about, I'm in the Express Bet contest. I'll just show it again. I'm not doing this to be selfish. I just want people to explain what we're talking about. This is the Express Bet tournament. The top four get a $10,000 BCBC seat. I'm obviously in third right there, but in a very tenuous situation. There are prizes down to 10th. I don't care about those small prizes down to 10th. I need to get into the top four to get into the BCBC. That was my whole goal all along. Worst case scenario, guys, unless something really weird happens, I'm going to have a nice little cash score here outside of the contest, and I'll have a positive day. So, Matt, I'm going for it, man. There's just no reason to hold back.
Good.
I got to do what I got to do here. My overall opinion is the following. I like Sea Strike the most. If he breaks, I think he sits off Napoleon Solo, ladies and gentlemen, and I think he wins. Not by a lot. It's a very tough race. I respect Golden Tempo and Renegade a lot. I'm just not so sure this race is going to set up for them. I'm not sure what I actually said on, I think I said 7-9. Did I say 7-9-3 or 7-9-2? I think on the show, Pete. I think I said 7-9-2 on our show on Thursday. I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to go 7-9-2 in the Travers. I'm against Renegade in general. Obviously, Pete, I mean, I've already said it. I'm playing him on the side. So if he wins, I'm going to have a nice cash prize. But if Renegade wins, Matt, Kyle, Charlie, and Pete, I will not have a BCBC win or seat, at least, in this tournament. Matt, you're also alive in tournaments. They are behind the gate, guys. Golden Tempo is still, this is very weird, Matt. I'm guessing there's a big win bet on Golden Tempo early in the betting or earlier today, because Sea Strike in a lot of the horizontals is favorite, and he's 2.5 times the price right now.
And this isn't a place where CAWs clean up all of those inconsistencies, and so this could stick this way. When you have the computer programmers, getting back and forth info from the pool on how much is there, they can decide what the odds are going to be. It doesn't work like that in New York. So yeah, it may be that Golden Tempo is strangely the favorite in the win pool, and so I'd say he may be value somewhere else, but in the win pool I'd be looking somewhere else.
Let me have your have you guys given top three when I was gone? No. All right. Let's swing around real quick, guys. Literally 15 seconds each person. Pete, your top three in the Travers.
Yeah, I went Renegade, Golden Tempo, and I went Napoleon Solo, but I sort of like the two leading change now in third, but it's somewhere around there.
Okay, Kyle.
Leading Change were won by more in Indiana, I'd be more inclined to take him. I wasn't too creative. 7.95 for me.
Charlie.
I am Golden Tempo over Renegade over the Puma.
And Matt.
I am closest to Pete. Renegade, Golden Tempo, and then I don't care.
And you need Renegade the most, Matt, contest-wise, Matt? What do you need?
They're getting really close to the gate, so I'll just say it. I did absolutely nothing. I am on the bubble, and I'm counting on some people losing some money, and if not, I lose.
Okay, we hear the sound, right?
No.
No.
Hold
No?
on.
No.
Wait. Hold on now. Try it now.
Here's
You had it muted.
Yeah.
No,
you're good.
Leading
I
Change.
did.
Had it muted
Okay.
on the bottom. You're good.
Okay. Matt and everyone listening and cheering for me, I need 3, 7, or 9
C-strike
to
goes
win.
in.
That'd be my best case scenario. Napoleon Solo, C-Strike, and Golden
Napoleon
Tempo.
Solo.
I backed up with Leading Change and Renegade. If one of
Here's
those
the
5 don't
Puma
win,
awaiting his turn.
I don't know what to say.
Respect.
Good luck,
Respect.
everyone, in the $1 million, $1.25 billion Travers Stakes 2026. Frank Miramati with the call from Saratoga live on the HHH Racing Podcast. Good luck, everyone.
The Puma halfway in. He's set.
In the stretch, try not to be too loud, people on the screen, so they can hear the call.
We were going to say that to you.
I'll behave myself.
Good point. I like
Holy
that.
Stable looking for their third win in the Travers.
What are we waiting on? Golden Tempo?
Here's Golden Tempo with the legendary cherry cap. And the last one to load is Silent Tactic.
Good tension. I like it.
They're in the gate.
They're making an
Tyler's
adjustment on Renegade.
Yeah,
Something
like
on
Tyler's like
Renegade.
Buddhist stuck or something.
Adding blinkers.
All set.
Par for the course there, Matt.
And they're off in the DraftKings Travers. Napoleon Solo broke alertly. So did Leading Change. And Leading Change will take the lead. C-Strike is up close in the early going. An emerging market is down at the rail. Baby Vino racing in between horses, and Silent Tactic well off the pace, 7 lengths to make up. The Puma is next. Oselli racing.
Renegade did get squeezed a little bit.
Yeah, he did.
Tempo, and at the back of the field, as expected, is Renegade. The opening quarter in 23 3/5 seconds. Napoleon Solo will set the tempo, and he leads it by a length and a half. C-Strike on the outside of Leading Change. They're followed by Baby Vino, Silent Tactic on the outside, and Emerging Market is down at the rail as they swing onto the backstretch, 6 lengths off the lead, 4 more to the Puma. Oselli is next, then a gap of 8 to the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, Golden Tempo. He's in front of one horse, his rival Renegade, 47-4 for Napoleon Solo. And Hall of Famer John Velasquez taking them to the half-mile pole, pursued by C-Strike in second. Leading Change, Baby Vino, Silent Tactic, 6 lengths off the lead. Emerging Market is next. The Puma is starting to make his run. He's 7 lengths off the lead. Renegade moving in tandem with Golden
Come on, C-Strike.
and Oselli. They went 3/4 in 1:12-3. And Napoleon Solo is just in front. C-Strike putting the pressure on. The Puma continues a wide bid with the white cap. He's starting to close in from behind. Leading Changes there. Golden Tempo coming through along the inside. Renegade with a lot of work to do. Napoleon Solo clinging to the lead. Here comes Golden Tempo. He's finding a seam, one from the rail. Leading Change running a giant race in just his 3rd lifetime start. Leading Change and Napoleon Solo. It will be Leading Change.
Wow, he
What
really
a
was that good.
tempo for Manny Franco, having the meat of his life, defeating Napoleon Solo in the DraftKings Travers. Golden Tempo rallied late.
Wow, Leading Change. A horse we talked about a lot on the show on Thursday. Jackson's top pick. I backed up. I backed up with him. I just didn't think he'd necessarily win the race. It looked like Golden Tempo, guys, had a little bit of traffic issues and was not clear. Leading Change 2, 3, 9 at 10-1. Leading Change wins the 2026 Travers. A lot of unhappy, stunned looks on the screen. Matt Miller.
For a guy that just lost a contest, you've got amazing energy, and I'm hoping your win bet on the side was decent because you're handling this super well.
Well,
I didn't have $1 on the race, and I'm sitting here like shell-shocked.
Guys, I have to admit that I'm surprised. I like Leading Change, not necessarily win the race. I'm going to have a lot of long regrets about having Napoleon Solo as one of my contest plays and not Leading Change. I also probably could have added Leading Change to my Dutch, Matt. I'll have to go back and look at that.
Yeah.
But I just didn't think Leading Change would necessarily beat this field. I thought he'd run big. What an incredible ride by Manny Franco. Pete, kudos to you. You like this horse also. There was definitely some crowding and bumping at the start. It did not affect either the it didn't affect Leading Change. I think Napoleon Solo might have gone out a little bit. Renegade made a run. Were you watching Renegade, Pete? I don't know where he finished.
No, he was way back. He never made a run. He didn't do anything. He didn't do much of anything. So, I mean, I didn't love the ride on Golden Tempo. In all honesty, I thought I don't like
wide
him. I
instead of
don't
trying
like
to
him
get the
up
inside.
Certain horses, just get them out. I mean, not that I cared either way. I just wanted them to. I want those kind of horses out in the clear, way wide. I'd rather be way wide and just have a straight shot than have to dance around inside with those kind of horses.
Yeah, we never got that setup of those closers kind of sweeping around the outside. I mean, that's kind of what I was looking for at the top of the stretch was let's go. And
I was looking for Golden Tempo out there, and I'm like, where the hell is he? And then they see him on the rail, and I'm like, he got shut off a little bit, and you don't want a horse like that ever getting shut off even for a second.
Let's go to Manny, guys. Let's go to Manny Franco.
Can you explain to our audience how rare it is for a horse in only their third start to achieve this, the upper echelon, one of the best races for 3-year-olds in the country?
No, this is incredible. What he accomplished today. Man, they had to come with him the whole year. No, he's just his second race. His third race today, I don't know, man, the sky's the limit for him.
Absolutely, Manny. You're truly New York's jockey, and welcome back to the winner's circle on the biggest race. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
Oh, Manny Franco having a banner year here at Saratoga. As you could tell, he's wound up, and I'm sure trainer Brad Cox is too, Acacia.
I mean, what a year, Manny Franco. We talk about Jose Ortiz, guys. Manny Franco is having an unbelievable year. First of all, I want to say everyone at home, don't go anywhere. We'll be on for about 10 more minutes at the most. Congratulations to anyone Leading Change. Pete, I want to give our podcast a little bit of credit because I know you talked about Leading Change. I talked about Leading Change a lot. Leading Change, by the way, spot play on the tip sheet, Matt. And I think, right? Wasn't Leading? I think. Let me double check that. I thought he was. I could be wrong.
Now I'm a little pissed at you for not including that in your Dutch.
Because I didn't think he was going to win, Matt.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think Jackson picked him. I think Jackson
did. Jackson did. That was his top choice.
Leading Change was a tip sheet play.
Was he like an underneath play where you were? It wasn't.
I had 10 to win, 25 to place, and in terms of for our stats, 1 to win, 3 to place. I didn't do just to win.
Okay.
So
that's still a really nice pick.
Again, I don't want to talk about myself because that's not what this show's about. But since Matt did ask, I did have 250 to win on the 2, so $2,500 score. It's
nice.
Not 10,000, obviously. I actually put an extra 100 in, guys. His odds went down from 12 to 10. I'm like, F it. I'll put another 100 to win on him. I'm not proud though because I wanted to get a BCBCC, Matt, and I took Napoleon Solo instead. I just looked up the Dutch situation. If I had Dutched Leading Change, so I would have won about 1,600. I'll be brief, Matt, because people don't want to hear about this probably too much. I would have won about 1,600 and gotten to about 4,000 if I was correct with the 3, 7, or 9, no matter who had won. If I used Napoleon Solo and Leading Change, Matt, I would have only won 850, and that would have gotten me about 34, which because the 2 won now, I probably would be good. But of course, we don't know that at the time. I'm a little disappointed, but guys, this is a big effort. It's 203, Pete. I don't think this is much more than 100 buyer. This 3-year crop is just okay. But congratulations to Cox.
Yeah, I mean,
and Franco, unbelievable.
Well, I mean, wasn't that the argument for taking the new shooters? Was that this wasn't
sure was.
This wasn't a crop like that, and everybody, even if they were lightly raced from a figure standpoint, which again doesn't mean everything, but it's a way to gauge sort of who's in buckets together. And all these horses seem to be in the same bucket, and if you get the right trip, you're good enough to win. Napoleon Solo, Charlie, ran a bang-up race, man. I mean, that horse, for a horse that everyone thinks can't get the distance, if nothing else, I mean, he's been showing some heart lately, man. And that horse ran his eyeballs out down the stretch and just got run down. So maybe the distance got to him, but it's not like it got to him that much.
No, and it's not like he got the soft fractions that I thought he might need to be able to stay on. And I mean, look,
he took some heat. Yeah, he definitely took some heat.
Took heat. And I mean, I know we didn't, talk ABCs, but for me, I had Golden Tempo as a lone A, and my Bs were 3, 4, and 5. So I thought Napoleon Solo made sense on my tickets that I'd already been knocked out earlier. I did have some backups that did involve him in the sequence. Yeah, I think you made a lot of fair points. I get the fresh face angle, and I mean, I think for me, where I'm just still a little shocked, and I mean, look, it's not like I had big money. I had $50 to win on Golden Tempo. I mean, for me, that's a bigger bet, but I think I'm more so just shocked and frustrated because I liked the rail move initially because that's what opened for Jose. I wish he angled out earlier because all I kept thinking is if he's going to keep waiting in the stretch to angle out, if one of these horses that's fading, that's tiring out, gets in his way, he's not going to get that gap to go
That's
around.
why I don't like the rail. Yeah, I don't like that trip for him. Yeah.
I truly, I mean, I still think he's the best of his crop. I still personally bias. I know I have some bias. Think he's the best horse in that class. It's just unfortunately couldn't get there. But who knows? Leading Change could continue to develop and prove me otherwise. But the one thing I will say also, I cannot believe he was going into this race the same odds as Sovereignty in the futures pool for the Classic, which is
that's completely insane.
I know it'll move now, but regardless,
I saw that
even
too.
if he won, I thought he should have been going into this race like 20-1.
By the way, there was a question in the chat. I forget who said it. It rolled up a little bit. Who from here do we think long-term goes to the Classic out of this race? We assume Leading Change if they stay on Golden Tempo. Like Napoleon Solo doesn't seem like a horse who, as game as he is, I can't see him winning the Classic. Does he go to a race like the Mile to try and maximize his game a little bit, and at least have a shot to win? Nobody else. Renegade was a dud. So Sea Strike, there was an interesting stat I thought I saw somewhere. Midshipman horses are now 2 for 60, maybe going 10 furlong and up.
Now
so I don't think Sea Strike.
Let me ask you guys a quick questions, and I'd love to hear people in the chat, and we'll wrap up the show. First, for fans of Renegade, which is Charlie and Pete, whoever else. I'm sorry, fans of Golden Tempo. Excuse me. If he goes wide and loses 4 or 5 lengths of ground, you still think he wins that race, Pete?
I'm not saying he wins. I just like his chances better to run his race. I don't know if he wins. I'm not trying to say he should have won the race that way. I just don't like taking the chance of being stuck behind a horse, not getting the hole, losing momentum. So I just think his best chance is just screw it. Swing wide, go, and see if we can get there late.
My other question is, do you think who was on Sea Strike? Was it Flavian?
Yeah.
Do you think Kyle and Charlie, Sea Strike moving maybe a bit too early on the far turn cost Napoleon Solo the race?
That's an interesting. I mean, I really don't think it did. I thought honestly it was less about what happened involving Sea Strike and Napoleon Solo and more about Manny just executing a perfect ride. I think it would be better to ask a question of anything if somebody closer to around where Manny was on Leading Change had done something different, or if he had made one slightly different decision, would he have gone there? I mean, I feel like if I was someone who had bet on Napoleon Solo, I wouldn't be at all upset with how his race developed. I think you got everything you could have asked for. If anything, I would have been shocked it even got to that good, because when you saw those early fractions, I thought for sure there was no chance. That's part of the reason I didn't like Sea Strike. I thought they both were going to fade together, and Napoleon was just game enough to at least have me upgrade him from a C to a B, but I wouldn't have any complaints personally. And from Sea Strike, I personally always, I talked about it. I tried not to, but during the preview, I kind of hinted at my opinions on him that I didn't like him at all in this race personally.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I'm disappointed for Renegade fans, for Pete and other people. I'm not going to sit here and toot my horn and say I was right. There was a really crowded start. I'm not sure what happened after that. I wasn't really watching for him. Guys, none of these 3-year-olds have any chance in hell in the Breeders' Cup Classic, not even a little bit. I don't think a lot of them should even go. I would question why the leading chain should even go. In fact, we'll see, because that's a very taxing race, guys. Honestly, if I were the connections, and Cox knows the source better, you know what I would do, Kyle? I'd like rest him up for a little bit here now, let him sort of, collect himself, unless he's just feeling great, and go like to the Clark, like the Grade 1 Clark versus older, like Thanksgiving weekend, or like the Cigar Mile or something else. He's not good enough to win the Classic. I wouldn't send him to the mile. And guys, if Knightsbridge goes to the mile, Napoleon Solo shouldn't go to the mile. I mean, what Knightsbridge does is going to have a big effect on the dirt mile field, Matt, correct?
Oh my God. We're talking about different kinds of animals. I mean, when you introduce the word Knightsbridge into this conversation, nothing that we just saw competes with that.
But you got to go to, you figure you want to go to one. And that's what the question is.
If it fits though, Pete, maybe it doesn't fit.
Yeah, but it's the Breeders' Cup. If you have any kind of horse, you're going to go, right? I mean, most of the time they're going to go more often than not. So I agree with you. Not saying it's the right decision. I'm just saying it's tough to say no when you have a horse at a certain level that you're going to put him in one of the races if you can.
I know the whole sorry, Pete, to cut you off. I know the whole reason. I know Knightsbridge has obviously been really good at 7 and a mile, but wasn't the whole reason, and I know he didn't beat too much, but wasn't the whole reason they put him in the Pacific Classic to try him at the 1.25 miles to see if he can run that Classic distance? And again, I know he didn't beat too much in that Pacific Classic in relevance to other horses that will be in the Classic. I personally would be very surprised to see Knightsbridge go to the dirt mile rather than the Classic, but I understand the sentiment.
Yeah, and we got plenty of time to talk about that. Any final thoughts, or we'll wrap it up? We had over 1,000 people watching live during the biggest time of the race. We can't thank everyone enough. Please make sure you hit the subscribe button, the notification bell, go to our X and hit that at HHH Racing Podcast right down there. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Please spread the word. Final thoughts on the entire day. Well, very quick 30-second wraparound. Pete, final thoughts on Saratoga Travers Day.
Yeah, we saw the stars. The stars came to play.
Sure did.
Even in this race, we don't know. Leading change could be a star, at least in this division. So we like when that happens, even though it doesn't make for always the best payouts when you're talking about from a betting standpoint.
Yeah.
By the way, leading change, I'm watching the replay. His trip was freaking fantastic. So that helped.
Yeah, I'm watching. I was wondering how he just tipped out. He
got the rail trip. He just sat the pocket and then just tipped. And I mean, you couldn't ask for a better trip from any. I mean, he easily got the best trip in the race. I think
Golden Tempo really didn't have a lot of excuses. I mean, I guess he's steady a little bit.
He wasn't running late, but I just don't like I don't know if he would have won. It didn't seem like he had.
I wonder if the time off ended up hurting Pete. We'll never know. Kyle, final thoughts.
I mean, look, the nice thing about it is I was waiting to play one whole race, so the fact that I could not have been more wrong, the rest of them still make out with a little bit of profit. So we'll take it for what it is. But yeah, tough day all along. That's why I should just stick to turf routes at the end of the day. you know your forte. Why play anything else? But no, it was a fantastic day. Of course, seeing a bunch of good horses show up. I don't care that they're all chalks. You can still make money with chalk. Those good horses show up. You know they can show up. Bet them at 6-5. Take the doubles at 5-1. You want to take all the time in the world to try and find a 5-1 in one race. Take a 3-5 to 8-5. Take 5-1 and I don't know, go for drinks at a bar later with that 5-1 money.
Charlie Freeman.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a terrific day of racing. I think we got to see some very exciting horses who have bright futures. We definitely had some chalk. I agree with what Kyle's sentiment was, knowing that I was, a few different bobs or different outcomes away in a horse finishing second or third that could have helped me make a chalk pay a lot. Heartbroken for my boy Golden Tempo, but, no regrets in backing him again and trying to put the bias inside and thinking he could be the best of his class. And I think no shame in his performance regardless. I do think you made a good point, Howard, where maybe the time impacted it. Curious to see where they go from here. I think the question we all already thought we knew the answer for is none of this crop was going to be able to compete with the older horses in the Classic.
Yeah, and by the way, for you Golden Tempo fans, he is still clearly the leader in the clubhouse for 3-year-old of the year. It's not even close at this point. Matt, I didn't ask you about your contest situation. I'm assuming that was not good for you. But your final thoughts overall on the day.
He sat though, right, Matt? You sat.
I
for
sat,
that contest you were talking
and so it's interesting. I would have lost every dollar I had if I had bet $1, but I bet nothing. And it just goes to show how tough these contests are. I actually thought there was a remote chance that I would finish in 8th or better, given how goofy that result was. Holy cow, did people jump up. Steven's there to $35,000. He beat Mac Majunkin at 29.
Did he win? Did he win the SSBC?
Yeah.
At 35,000. Congratulations,
Yeah.
Steve.
I mean, he's just killing it.
There.
I mean,
wow.
And so it's funny. I ended up finishing, I think, in 12th. So that's the best I was going to do. I mean, I'm thrilled. I finished with $6,500 instead of just blowing it all. And I don't know, Howard, that I would have had the hedge that you had. So that, I don't know. This was a little out of character for me, but that is not a winner I would have landed on. So I'm actually very glad that I just sat.
Who won the tournament, Howard, that you were showing?
It's not official yet.
Okay.
It's not up yet. I have a lot of mixed emotions, guys. I'm very glad that I played a reasonable size backup. I'm frustrated that it was a spot play for me and I didn't play him at the biggest moment of the day. But again, I didn't necessarily think he'd win the damn race. And I just couldn't live with myself, Pete. Not literally, but if Napoleon Solar had wired this field and I lost the contest because of that, I would have really been upset.
Yep.
And so I'm not quite as upset in this scenario. At least I played a backup and I had a profitable day. So
just sounds like you're kind of soft and you didn't play your horse. That's all I'm hearing. I'm just hearing, you put it on paper, you got to play it.
Yeah, but you know what though, Matt, you've seen me play a lot of tournaments. So Kyle, you have also. And there was not that long ago that I wouldn't have remotely close the balls to do what I did today.
No, this
and I really don't regret it. I had the 3 what I thought top horses. The 4th next best horse won. I didn't like Renegade. That was a very good fade on my part. And the bottom line is, if Tip Top Thomas had won, Matt, we wouldn't have this discussion.
Yep.
Or if I put maybe a little more on the kill win exact. Again, we can go through it forever, but it's okay. It's okay. I'll live another day. I wasn't even going to play in a contest today, as Matt knows. And
no, you did a good job. You gave yourself a bunch of chances, and you don't always do that. If I'm being honest, I'm not trying to give you a backhanded compliment, but you really, I think, took most advantage of what you had, and I'm just glad that the cash bet in the end hit. So it didn't sour you on doing that next time, because that would have just sucked. And so I'm sorry you lost the contest, but I do think you played it well.
I appreciate that. Again, the leaderboard's not in for Express, but thank you everyone for watching. Pete, Kyle, Matt, you were on the entire time pretty much. I really do appreciate that. Kyle, you were on longer than you expected. That's mainly on my end, but I appreciate you sticking around. Pete and Charlie, love having you guys contribute to Weekend Warriors. We got a lot of exciting stuff going on this podcast going forward, and so hopefully some very exciting announcements with some new partnerships and some partnerships we've had in the past that are coming back. I can't talk about a lot of right now until we work those things out, but we really thank everyone for watching. This is going to have massive views and it helps us out a lot. Again, please look into our tip sheet on Patreon. Look below the video player where you can find horses like Jazz and Leading Change at double-digit odds and increase your bankroll. For my wonderful co-hosts, Pete Visco, Kyle Roscoe, Charlie Freeman, and Matt Miller, this has been your host, Howard Kravitz, 2026 Travers Day right here on the HHH Racing Podcast. For Kyle Roscoe, go White Sox. Pete says big thumbs down. Crush your bets anywhere you play the rest of the weekend. Take care, everyone. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
If you have not followed his Triple H Horse Racing podcast, you're missing out. It's one of the best podcasts in the country.